Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us here on RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez as you take a live look there at the White House on this Sunday, February 2nd, 2025. Of course, today is Groundhog's Day across America. Punxsutawney Phil seeing his shadow, which means 6 more weeks of winter. I believe we actually have a photo of Punxsutawney Phil as well, as this is something, of course, seen across the nation and in some cases international headlines around the world. So for those of you in more of a colder environment in our country, it looks like 6 more weeks of winter. That Punxsutawney Phil declaring that overnight, actually early this morning around 6 in the morning as soon as the sun rises. Quite the event there in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. So Punxsutawney Phil, 6 more weeks of winter. We might talk about that in just a minute because one of our guests is actually from Pennsylvania. Before we get to that, a lot of news going on, of course, today. Even though it's a weekend, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, already in Panama for his first international trip as the Secretary of State. This is all about the Panama Canal and meeting and greeting with the Panamanian president. We'll get to more of that in just a minute. Of course, the other big story we're looking at here at the network, the tariffs, the big tariff trade so-called war happening, where President Trump has the tariffs against Mexico, Canada, and China. And now Mexico and Canada think they're cool or tough, and they try and hit back with that. We'll get into all those details in just a bit. It is 1:34 Eastern. We'll be following the Secretary of State throughout the day in Panama, and I believe we'll also have a live feed a bit later today out of West Palm Beach when President Trump, his motorcade from Mar-a-Lago on the way to the plane there, takes off Air Force One, of course, back to Joint Base Andrews for the week to continue of work back in the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue as you take that live look there. Awaiting that U.S. Embassy Panama City meet and greet, which will be happening here in just a minute. For now, let's go to America First Policy Institute Vice President and Chairwoman there, Carla Sands, also a former ambassador to the country of Denmark. So as soon as we get that on our program here and we can do a live talk back, I see her there on the screen. Thanks so much for joining us, Carla. First, let's start off with a very easy note since it's a weekend. Groundhog's Day. I mean, I know in Pennsylvania it's a huge deal, but it's a big deal around the whole country. That's pretty cool stuff. I haven't seen the actual spot there at Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, but it'll be great to see it someday. As we stand by real quick, I'm hearing my producer speak to me right now as I'm talking, so I think we might have a live shot already there as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be meeting with the Panamanian president. Can you talk to us about your time at the Panama Canal? Okay, so it sounds like we're not getting audio from you, Carla. Sorry to cut you off there. They're going to have to work on the audio there as we are live at 1:36 p.m. We'll get you back, Carla. Actually, Carla is going to be joining us a lot today throughout our coverage because of her connection as an ambassador to a foreign nation, but also her travels to the Panama Canal. So we'll get to more details about that from Carla. Also, Bruce Levell will join us a bit later as we see the programming back here on the monitor live in Washington, D.C. You see the White House there. Let's go over a little bit of what we can expect with the live picture from Panama. As we know, Panama Canal is a 51 mile long man-made waterway that connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific. And of course, it's huge for trade. We know that. So if the Panama Canal wasn't there, a ship would have to go about 7,000 miles all the way to the bottom southern tip of South America, come all the way up to ship and connect Atlantic to the Pacific when it comes to shipping in that region. So, of course, the Panama Canal spoken a lot about why we want it back in this country. President Trump actually, in his speech, talked about this on January 20th on Inauguration Day, which was quite interesting. Speaking about specifically the Panama Canal. So I'm going to go to that portion of the speech here in just a minute. Before I do, I want to share with you the program of today. as we follow it here, we know that President Trump moving at historic speed. This is full tilt right out of the gate, kind of like a horse race. As soon as those gates open, that sound alarm bell goes, the horses are off. And we know that President Trump is a workhorse for the American people and also a fun personality to boot. So it's great to see all the natural business talent that he has. Speaking of natural business talent, President William McKinley also really big into tariffs, brought in a lot of money to our country. But also, there's a different situation happening right now, as you guys know, with both the southern and northern border. You know, we know about the southern border with all the situations happening there with fentanyl and crime and the influx of illegal immigrants. But this is also happening in the northern border. As I posted on Truth Social earlier today, from the executive order, it shows that there are Mexican drug cartels that are in Canada. This is according to the executive order. And they are operating drugs from that border because it is even easier in some cases to go and traffic drugs from the north. So when we see that Canada is getting hit with these tariffs, it's because they are playing a role, as is Mexico, according to the president and the team, saying that that's the problem. Having no border, of course, means we don't have a country and we don't have safety. And we see these drugs coming across. We see illegal aliens coming across, committing crimes. And so President Trump, of course, not wanting that and using tariffs. It also says in the executive order that if any country retaliates to the tariffs that President Trump has set forth, there will be an expansion or more tariffs on top of the 25% to Canada and Mexico and the 10% on China. So retaliation meaning within the tariff trade war situation that we're looking at now. And so we did see the Canadian Prime Minister and the Mexican President already say, well, okay, so you do 25, we'll do 25. Of course, that's comparing apples to oranges, totally a different situation because of our GDP, our great economy, the amount of money we have versus Canada or Mexico. But it remains to be seen if President Trump will expand or add on more than the 25%. Read according to that executive order. So we'll see what happens. That is a fluid situation. But also, we're live here today, of course, for the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who's headed down to Panama, already there, and will be doing a meet and greet at the U.S. Embassy in Panama City. So that starts at about 1:50 Eastern, so in about 9 minutes. We'll have that live for you. We'll also have live a tour of AES in Colón, Panama. That's at 3:30. AES is a power station in Panama that's helping with the Panama Canal. So the Secretary of State will be touring that with the Panamanian officials. At about 5 o'clock Eastern, we'll have this as well, the Panama Canal tour that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be on with the Panamanian officials as well. So we'll have that aerial tour. I believe we'll have actual aerial live pictures from that. Right before the 5 o'clock hour, I believe we'll be able to have a split screen of that live look in Panama, but also the live look from Florida, where our commander-in-chief, the one that is the people's president, as you guys know, it'll be great to see him take off from Air Force One, head back to Joint Base Andrews, as he will continue, of course, in D.C. through the week. And he's had a working weekend. He said it when he left from the South Lawn of the White House the other day, that this is going to be a working weekend. And definitely we can see that with the amount of things happening, including all of the tariff information that's happening out there. So there's a lot to unravel here. So we're going to take one story at a time, one post at a time, one piece of video at a time, because this is all live coverage, and that's what we're doing, of course, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, Carla Sands will rejoin us in just a bit. At about 2:15, I believe she's slated to return. And then at 2:45, Bruce Levell will join us. So once again, let's go into some of the specifics about the top story today, outside of Groundhog's Day, of course, for those of you that enjoy seeing what Punxsutawney Phil had to say when it comes to seeing his shadow. So again, 6 more weeks of winter. Doesn't look like that in parts of the South right now, but we'll see what happens. All right, so let's go to the information once again. So it's a 51-mile man-made waterway connecting the Atlantic to the Pacific, the Panama Canal, of course. In the speech by President Trump from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda on January 20th, he said, quote, President William McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. I'm going to stop there. President Trump is talking about the context here of the Panama Canal. Yes, there will be money that can come our way through tariffs, but President Trump, you'll see it as I read from the executive order, is not doing this, number one, because of the money. It's number one, to keep us safe. You'll see what I'm saying in just a second. So anyway, President Trump said he was a natural businessman, talking about the President McKinley, and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States spent more money than ever on a project and lost 38,000 lives. Can you believe that? In the building of the Panama Canal, we have been treated very badly. This is the president on Inauguration Day in a speech, from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And I believe we do have some possible photos of the Panama Canal as well, as we are getting ready for a live feed from Panama. And above all, the president said on January 20th, China is operating the Panama Canal. And we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama. And he says, quote, "We're taking it back." That an entire excerpt of the speech about the Panama Canal. Of course, there are a number of other stories we're following right now, but it's going to be great to see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, there with the Panamanian president. As I know his name, Jose Raul Molino is the Panamanian president. So that meet and greet, we're about to see that at the U.S. Embassy. And then again, at around 1:50, that'll happen. So in about 5 minutes. And then around 3:30, there will be that tour of this AES in Colón, Panama, so the north of the country. And that part of the country has the AES is the power station that really fuels and runs the Panama Canal as well. Quite the work there, as you see a ship going through the canal there. Obviously a photo from some time ago, but still you get the idea. And you know, I watched some videos, as maybe you have too, and in some spots it is literally just wall and wall and water, and the ship is going right along the wall. It's just quite an interesting 51-mile man-made waterway, huge for U.S. trade, huge for international trade. And part of this is also the fact that the Chinese have control over the Panama Canal, which is not good when it comes to any kind of narcotics or fentanyl or illegal trafficking and other things happening. So President Trump taking a very broad approach and a very impactful measure here. You know, putting the tariffs on Mexico and Canada because of the fact of the open borders, and then the Panama Canal being able to take that back. And we're seeing the Secretary of State down there and a nice meet and greet with the Panamanian president. So we'll cover that as it happens and unfolds right here on RSBN Live, as it's 1:46 Eastern Time. Some of the other stories that we're following, just want to share with you about some of the tariff situation, because in a way, the two big stories today outside of the great groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil, of course, in Pennsylvania, the fact that he saw his shadow, 6 weeks more of winter. It'd be quite awesome to see that some morning there in Pennsylvania. Very cold weather, of course, up there during that time, early in the morning. But other than that story, we have the tariff story and the Panama Canal story on this Sunday. So it's more like a weekday of coverage in some ways because of the 24/7 news cycle. So specifically, let's talk about some of the other stories we're following as we await this meet and greet. If the meet and greet starts, we'll get back to some more of the news here in just a minute, as well, as we have several hours today of coverage, because we're going to see various pieces of live video of the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in Panama. Other stories we're following, as you guys most likely know, President Trump green lighting a surgical strike on ISIS in Somalia. President Trump on Truth Social posting that video as well, which was unclassified. Also, I'm hearing that we have Carla Sands that can return to us here. Okay, so we'll go to Carla Sands in just a second. Also, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy will share updates in the coming days on the tragic midair collision from last Wednesday night. Of course, the American Airlines jet and the Black Hawk helicopter. And then also on Friday night's tragedy where the Philadelphia plane situation where that crashed, killing now, the number originally was 6, now it's 7 people. And then let's go to Carla Sands as well. Maybe she could talk to us a little bit about some of the various stories that we're following here at the network. So Carla, can you talk to us about the tariffs right now and also your travels to the Panama Canal?
Sure, Matthew. I'm happy to talk about that. First of all, I was in Panama and I spoke with Central and South American parliamentarians, so from Central and South America and the Caribbean, and I assured them that there was trade and aid policy coming that wouldn't tie our trade and aid to these countries to these radical ideologies. These are mostly Catholic countries. They're certainly mostly Christian. And the ideology we were exporting under the Biden and Obama administrations was, sending trans performers and pushing them to accept things that they don't accept in their communities. They have strong family, strong faith. And I really believe that they were turning to countries like China to be their primary trade partner because their trade was pure. Well, China comes with other kinds of strings, but they weren't forcing them to accept ideologies that they completely reject in their societies.
Exactly. So, we've got that going on, and then we see the tariffs against Mexico and Canada. They're trying to play footsie with a nation that is much larger than they are. And it's unfortunate because what's happening is President Trump's not doing this just to hit them in the economic area. It's to show them, hey, guys, you have to shut the border down. Now that we're hearing in the executive order, Carla, that there are Mexican drug cartels in Canada now, and they're drug trafficking as well.
There are Mexican drug cartels even in South Africa making fentanyl. They are working with hand in hand with the Chinese Communist Party. They're helping them to wash the billions of dollars of proceeds. And I love that the heart of President Trump hears the moms and dads who have lost children and family members to this scourge of fentanyl and other illegal drugs that are coming over the border, both south and north. The fentanyl, most especially, the #1 killer of young Americans, the #1. There's nothing else. So we have to stop it. He worked in his first administration with the Chinese premier to slow it down. And then we had President Biden and his administration didn't seem to care about these American families from all across our country. Every American family has been affected by this, including my own family lost a fine young man to this fentanyl crisis. And it was around Christmas. You couldn't hurt a mother more, right? So President Trump heard the American people, and once again, it's promises made, promises kept. But I think that Canada and Mexico are really playing with fire here, not because we have a huge trade deficit with them. In other words, they're making billions more than we're making in the trade balance. But most of their trade, the majority, is with the United States. So really, Justin Trudeau up in Canada should be careful when he tells Canadians don't go vacation in America. I'm telling you, he does not want to go to war with his #1 trading partner. It would devastate his economy. And I also kind of have to chuckle that President Trump is trolling Canada about becoming the 51st state.
Yeah, exactly. And if Justin Trudeau wasn't on his way out as the prime minister, he'd be the governor of Canada. But anyway, so President Trump saying in that executive order, he said, quote, "My highest duty is the defense of our country and its citizens. A nation without borders is not a nation at all. I will not stand by and allow our sovereignty to be eroded, our laws to be trampled, our citizens to be endangered, or our borders to be disrespected anymore." So tariffs are, of course, the penalty against countries for allowing crime to happen here in the United States of America. Is that not simply put?
Well, I think that the tariffs are also largely to get to a better place in our trade balance. When you have a huge deficit with another country, it really means you've transferred your country's wealth to that other country. So I'm looking at you, EU, Canada, Mexico, and China. And, he just imposed 10% tariffs on China, but the 25% on Russia and Canada, that's because he wants to make the cars here. He wants to make the products here. He wants that trade imbalance to be either in our favor or neutral. Reciprocity, reciprocity, reciprocity. We don't want to be importing. And then also, well, we'll import, but we want it to be reciprocal trade, not unfair trade. Right now, it's really still not a fair trade. And he's also tariffing Canadian energy 10%. So we have enough energy in the United States, and he's turning it on very, very quickly as far as more production in the U.S.
And to your point earlier, promises made, promises kept was the signature of the first administration. It will continue to be that in the second administration. As we pivot to the surgical strike in Somalia against ISIS, President Trump showing an unclassified video on Truth Social just recently. Your thoughts about that surgical strike?
Well, he doesn't strike for show. He strikes for effect and to make change. We can see that the Biden administration, and until President Trump's team got their hands on the money going out from the U.S. government, we were still sending millions of dollars every week to Afghanistan and to other countries that aren't our friend, that shouldn't be getting American taxpayers' treasure. So he's righting this ship. He's telling them, knock it off, stop it, behave yourself. There's a new sheriff in town. And when the police are present, right, when they stop crime, the low-level crime doesn't increase, it decreases. And that's what's happening on the globe now as things go back into order from disorder and chaos that was caused by an America Last foreign policy under President Biden and his team.
So let's talk about foreign policy right now. As you, of course, were an ambassador to Denmark under the first Trump administration. You've been to a number of embassies, I'm sure. Can you tell us which embassies you've been to? And then also let's shift back to the story of the day as well, as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is in Panama, and then your connection with being down there, seeing the Panama Canal and other things.
Sure. So I've been in many embassies around the world. And when I was visiting embassies, it was under former Republican presidents or President Trump's administration, because unfortunately, embassies are supposed to function in a nonpartisan way. Our embassy certainly did. We welcomed all Americans. When our team wanted to register Democrats abroad, I made sure Republicans were also welcome to be registered at our embassy. So we were nonpartisan. But I think that the work of American embassies around the world should be to increase the security of the American people and increase the wealth of our nation, as well as building people-to-people ties with the people and the leadership of that country in all sectors. So business, political, it would also be cultural, all of the different, sort of pillars of influence in that country have to be touched by the U.S. ambassador and their team, because that's how we grow our foreign influence. We want to be strong on the world stage so that bad actors don't supplant us. And that's what's been happening now in South and Central America, as many countries in that region have made the Chinese Communist Party controlled PRC their number one trading partner. We want, and it's happening in Africa as well. The U.S., anywhere we're absent or we're not asserting American leadership, it becomes a sort of vacuum that bad actors like Russia, China, and Venezuela fill.
Before we get back to that 30,000-foot view of your time in Panama and how many times you've seen the Panama Canal and all of that experience, I know we tried to get started with that a little bit earlier, but I'd like to visit that in a second. But you said earlier that there are Mexican drug cartels. Of course, we know now in Canada, according to the executive order of the president. And then also you said in South Africa. So do you think what they're doing is they fly various people, part of the cartel, anywhere in the world. They make the drugs or they put it all together, package it off, fly all around. And it's this massive international ring, way more than we thought of just this pocket of Mexico.
Yes. So these transnational gangs are throughout the world. When I was based in Copenhagen, Denmark, as the ambassador to the kingdom, so Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands, we had DEA at our embassy because there was a lot of trafficking of drugs and arms through Copenhagen. And that happens throughout other major capitals in Europe. but also in Africa, in Asia, in believe it or not, in Muslim majority countries and throughout North America. So one of the efforts we have in our U.S. embassies is to stop the trade of drugs and illegal arms flow. And it's a real problem. We looked at it, in a sort of regional, with regional glasses on, to attempt to, again, make the American people more secure, but also our sphere of influence in the world by reducing illegal drugs and illegal arms. The Mexican cartels are international. They are not just in Mexico. And in fact, they have arms now. They're so rich, they have their own army. And that's why President Trump has authorized that the DOD can use American weapons against them, because we are at war with them. They have to be defeated.
There are 4,100 military service members at the border, Marines, also the Army and National Guard, and even in Texas, the great state there, their own state force there as well. So let's talk about how the drugs actually get in. All right. So if they're made in various parts of the world, maybe Canada, maybe Mexico, maybe South Africa and other places, to your point. So is it that they're flown in somehow, or is it that they are on the ships, on these huge cargo ships going through the Panama Canal, since it's Chinese kind of run there at the canal? And then how does it get right into our country, other than just, I guess, somebody just walks it in with a huge suitcase of stuff? I mean, how does it all work? Do you know?
Yes, it's all of the above. So in some cases, they hollow out areas in cars, and they pack the cars and trucks with the drugs. They fly the drugs. They put them on boats. But let's not forget that a very big book of business for them was human trafficking, because drugs you can only sell once. Humans you can sell over and over again, which is tragic to say, but it's true. And so now that we see immigration is being reduced exponentially under President Trump with his secure border, it's not even 10% as many as under President Biden's last days. But it's still an issue that we have to address, because we know that there's a lot of pressure. You can see these camps are still in Mexico, and these people still trying to get to the United States. So I'm very pleased. I'm so proud of President Trump. Again, promises made, promises kept. He's securing that border. He is making us safer. And I love seeing the photos of our great military on the border. I was calling for that back in 2022, saying, stop sending, arms and money to Ukraine. Send our own troops to our border. Our border needs to be secured more than a foreign country's border, since we have to take care of America first before we take care of others. Just like you take care of your own kids before you help somebody else's children. That's just natural law and order. So I'm really pleased about what President Trump is doing for all of us.
Exactly. And Director, if we have that video, I know we've had video prior weeks here where it shows Marines and Army along the southern border. If we could play that, that'd be great if we could find it. To your point there, Carla, as we're taking a live look right now, that's in Panama for that meet and greet between the Panamanian president and the the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, of course, former senator. So it'll be great to see that. Carla, one more question before we start getting ready to go to Panama, and we'll be seeing you a little bit later in the broadcast, of course, as well. Let's dive into the Panamanian situation, where you've been to the Panama Canal. Can you start from the beginning? How many times have you been there? What have you learned, and all that?
So I've been there once, but I was able to see at the Panama Canal the huge Chinese presence. There were so many signs in Chinese that you wouldn't even think that you were in Panama, first of all. And remember, we had a huge base there until we turned the Panama Canal over to the Panamanians. We had a gigantic presence, and many of those great military members of the U.S. military actually stayed there. So you see a lot of American people that actually reside in Panama. So you feel very at home. However, the Chinese presence is so large, and with Chinese presence comes bribery and corruption, let's not forget. So at the regional parliament for South and Central America, called the Parlantino, that I was at, I saw that the dining room at that gigantic parliament was paid for by the Chinese Communist Party, and they put a plaque up at the door of the dining room for all the parliamentarians from all of South and Central America that was from the Chinese Party. There is influence efforts by the Chinese Communist Party everywhere in the region. And like I said, we need to have more trade and more relationship with that region. It's in our hemisphere, and we have let it slip away to influence by not just the Chinese, but Iran, Russia, and Venezuela. It's very, very bad. In fact, the biggest port now in South America has been built by the Chinese, and Xi Jinping was actually there just in November visiting. So America needs to do more investments in the region. When I was ambassador, I worked with Exim Bank and something called DFC, Development Finance Corporation, and that was to help backstop so that private companies would risk to invest in places that might be a little riskier than, say, investing in Milwaukee in the U.S. And so we need more effort by the U.S. government to help us expand our influence around the world to places where our adversaries, China, Russia, Venezuela, even North Korea, are attempting to assert.
So is there, as we get ready to go to Panama there at that live picture, as we await the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, there he is right there on your screen. Why don't we go there live right now? Carla, if you could stand by, we'll come right back to you.
Thanks.
There was a band of Floridians blocking the entrance. But it is great to see friends, colleagues, embassy kids. Welcome. How you guys doing? Well, it is my pleasure to welcome Secretary Rubio to Panama, his first visit as Secretary of State, and we're really happy about that. As the Secretary and all of us know, the U.S. and Panama relationship is strong. And there's been some ups and downs along the way, but like any tight relationship, it comes back together again. And it's shining now, and it's shining because of all of you in this room, in this atrium. And oh, look at everybody up there. This team, Secretary, and Secretary, you've been to events like this before, meets and greets, and you'll hear it many times, but these words matter. This is the best group of U.S. direct hires, locally engaged staff, EFMs on the planet. And I know it's true because your advanced team has told us many times all week how good we are. Good. So and we're ready to work even harder to continue to deliver for the American people, to make them safer. A good example of that is MOU that you worked so hard on, that has dramatically reduced the number of migrants coming up through the Darien. In fact, last week we had a day with 2 migrants coming through. In contrast, last year we were looking at way over 2,000 every day coming through. The numbers are down over 90% this month versus a year ago a month. We're making things safer, stronger for America, stronger in the people in this room that are working on the security partnership with the Panamanians, who have developed the best, most effective security forces in the region that are delivering with record amounts of narcotic seizures and confiscations that by far are more than any other country in the region. And prosperous for the work we're doing with U.S. investment, and the Secretary will see an example of that at AES, which not only imports U.S. LNG for the energy generation for Panama, but also is a hub for the region to bring in LNG from the United States. So we are so excited to work for the new Secretary, for President Trump, and deliver on the America First agenda. So, Mr. Secretary, it is such an honor to welcome you to your Embassy Panama and your embassy team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. Are you guys mad that they made you come on a Sunday? You would rather come on, be honest. Huh? Well, I'm happy I got to meet all of you. There might be a future Secretary of State, maybe a future President sitting here in the front row, and right? Anybody want to be President or Secretary of State? You do. Here we go. Who's ready? What's your name? Teo. Teo for President. Well, they're giggling. You got to work on them. They're giggling over here. They're not. You guys are going to vote for Teo? You're going to vote for Teo, right? Unless you're the one running against them, right? Yeah. Well, you guys will figure that out and we'll watch. But this is really why we do it at the end of the day. I mean, if you talk about the work that you guys are doing here, it really is about what the world is going to look like when they're our age, when they're in the positions we're in now, whatever their dreams are. And so I want to start by thanking you with my appreciation. I said this my first day on the job, and I said that of all the agencies out there was none I would rather be in charge of and lead. Because we truly have, think about this, we have the greatest diplomatic corps in the history of the world. I don't think the Romans were very good at it. I think we do it better than anyone's ever done it in the world. And protecting not just our interests. And our interests are obviously the national interests of the country and of the United States and the people we represent back home, that you represent back home. But in many ways, it's intertwined with the interests of the countries in which we serve. We've learned over time, the more prosperous, the safer other countries are, the safer and more prosperous it makes us. This is a great example. You referenced the ups and downs of the relationship in a country that was born in many ways here as a result of the interests of the United States, but over time the relationship had its ups and downs, and today it's one of our strongest economic partners, certainly in the hemisphere, and an important catalyst for so much trade and commerce that happens in the United States that affects and impacts so many people, both going out and coming in, and so it's a great place to come visit first. Plus I was told, I said, I want to go to a place, where do you want to go on your first visit? So I want to go to a place that's warm. I want to go to a place where they speak Spanish because, I'm bilingual, so that was a great opportunity. And I want to go to a place where we have this great staff, and then obviously we have great staff everywhere. But so you got to go to Panama City. So here we are, and we're happy to be with you guys. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank those who keep us safe, whether it's diplomatic security, obviously our Marines, who do an excellent job, everyone who comes down and supports us and keeps us safe and allows us to do the work we do on a daily basis. I want to thank the extended families. When you serve abroad and in these missions, some of you have been in multiple places where perhaps you're not able to bring your families, but this is one where you can, and this is an incredible experience for them. And I think what's most important, and I always want to point out too, is for a lot of people around the world, maybe a lot of people in Panama, you're the first thing they know about America and how we treat them and how we interact with them. You are the face of the United States. You are the voice of the United States in so many ways, and that is so critical to our country. And everywhere we go in the world, we hear what a positive relationship we have because of that. I also want to thank our locally employed staff. These are men and women who are from here for work for us. We have any here today? ¿Alguien aquí de Panamá que trabaja con nosotros?
Anyone here from Panama who works with us?
It would be impossible for us to do the work we did without you. Sería imposible trabajar sin.
It would be impossible to work without you.
I've heard there's a rumor, I don't know if this is true, that we have two people. I don't know if they're here today. It's Sunday. I'm sorry to bring you guys on a Sunday. But at least it's not Super Bowl Sunday. So, and there's some people here that I've told have been with us for 50 years. 50 years. Where? Mabel. Camarena. Usted es Mabel. 50 años.
You're Mabel? 50 years. 53. 56. I'm only 53 years old.
She was here before I was born. And muchísimas gracias por lo que usted.
Thanks very much for what you do, and thank you for everything. Anyone else? Mirta. How many years, Mirta? 53 as well. Did you start the same day? What month did you start here? But you were a girl. You were 4 years old when you started? May? March. I was born in May. Look at that. That's incredible. Thank you. And someone else, Gilberto, 43 years, yesterday.
Oh, there was somebody who had been here 43 years yesterday. I hope he didn't quit. Because I was coming. Either way, just think about that. I mean, think about that relationship and what that means for this post. And you think about 53 years or 56 years. I mean, a lot has happened in those years and the relationship we have with these host countries. So our job is to make your time here as safe and productive as possible. I'm always interested in learning, and about what's going on in the post. We care a lot about the information we get from the ground. We rely on it extensively, not just through cables, but through the input of our employees. And I used to be in politics, elected politics. We would do town halls, and we would ask people questions and get their input and advice on topics. I would, in the few minutes we have, I would love to get a couple of insights, about anything you have on your mind, but in particular, what we can do to make your time here, or posts generally, more productive and easier for you and for your families as well. So have you guys planned this? You have somebody that's ready to ask me or tell me or give me a suggestion? Consider this a public inbox. This is not staged, right? This is real? Okay, good. All right. Yeah.
Sing.
There we go. We have some questions from eligible family members,
Okay.
from locally employed staff, as well as some of our U.S. direct hires. And our first question comes from Tyson Clark, a strapping young LG family member.
Secretary Rubio, my understanding is that you played American football when you were younger. If you had a decision to make, would you rather be where you are now as Secretary of State?
All right, so obviously some technical difficulties there as the cameras are most likely getting ready to go on the trip to another part of Panama. That's where Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be headed as well. I believe that is the AES, a power station in Panama, and then a bit later there'll be a tour of the Panama Canal. So again, the reason why a lot of these things happen is because the security of the Secretary of State and the Panamanian officials basically say, all right, press, that's it, that's all the time, let's go, move on, and they're going to get into vans and they're going to drive to the next location. So we're going to have that for you here live. Just want to give you a little inside baseball on what's happening there, because if you were watching and wanted to hear what he was saying, it's kind of jarring for it to pull away like that, but just wanted to give you some context on that. Before we go back to Carla Sands, she was joining us live earlier, so she's going to hop back on the line here and talk to us about her time at the Panama Canal to give us some more insight on that. And also, we were talking about the Mexico drug cartels quite a bit. I have a few more questions about that as well. But this all brought to you by various great sponsors, including MyPillow.com. Of course, the great Mike Lindell mega sale. You see it right there. Awesome prices. More than 2,000 products on that website. A lot of great products, as you guys know, from the sheets to the pillows and the blankets and even a dog bed. Coffee, there's so much on that site, and they're all really good products. The slides, the slippers, they're all coming to my mind right now as I go here. So anyway, so mypillow.com/RSBN. A sizable percentage off there, as you see, up to 80%. Just use that RSBN promo code. All right, so it is 1:15 Central, 2:15 on the East Coast. As we get ready to go back to Panama in just a bit, as we have a live feed there, of course. That was Secretary of State Marco Rubio, of course, meeting with the team there at the U.S. Embassy, a meet and greet with the team. And then, of course, he will be joined by the Panamanian president in just a bit, and that is Jose Raul Molino. President Jose Raul Molino will be with him as well. They did meet earlier in the day. I don't know specifically if the tour will happen with the Panamanian president and the Secretary of State to the Panama Canal. We'll see as we watch here live. But I do know we can get Carla Sands possibly back on the line here, and then we could talk a little bit more about the day. Carla, I see joining us live once again. Can you talk to us about, again, sorry for the interruption there, just your time there at the Panama Canal and what you saw? You were talking about you saw a lot of Chinese influence there.
I did, and if anyone goes as a tourist, so they're painting those signs over right now in anticipation, or they have been this past week, in anticipation of Secretary Marco Rubio's visit there. They wanted to diminish the appearance of the Chinese takeover of the Panama Canal, because we know that a Chinese company is operating both ends of the canal. And it's not just important for our trade. A lot of our goods in the U.S. come through the Panama Canal, in fact, a majority, but it's also for our military movement. And that China could attempt to stop our movement of our military vessels it would put us out of business, and we cannot allow it. So President Trump is absolutely right to say we're taking back the control of this from the Chinese Communist Party. Can you imagine the canal we paid for and we built that we handed over in goodwill that the Panamanians would benefit. No, they sold the rights off to China. So it's a very important move for our national security that President Trump is talking about. Marco Rubio will also be discussing it. And if you go there as a tourist, you should definitely watch the movie that they show visitors about the making of the Panama Canal and then its uses. There was so much China in that video, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't produce it and pay for it. It was a wake-up call for me to see this. It was like a three-alarm fire. And so glad that Marco Rubio, Secretary Marco Rubio's first visit is to Panama in our own backyard. And I heard him mention also the Darien Gap. That's all been changed where we had so much migration or illegal immigration through the Darien Gap, but women and girls were being raped there at a high number, tragically. And so those women are now being protected because President Trump is stopping that. And lastly, I'll say this. When I was an ambassador, our team's biggest hope is that the secretary would come and visit, because secretaries of state, when they go to a U.S. embassy, they visit with the family and the employees at the embassy, both American Foreign Service officers and then our locally employed staff, and those would be Panamanians, but also people that from other countries that immigrated to Panama. And then it also is our partners. For instance, well, I'm not going to say USAID now because it seems like maybe President Trump's taking that away, but immigration or the consular affairs folks, people from, say, the FBI or Border Patrol, if they're located in that embassy, they get to bring their family members also to hear from the secretary and have those special moments, get some photos with the U.S. Secretary of State. That's a plum visit for the embassy in Panama, so kudos to them.
Exactly. And if you're just joining us right now, of course, Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Panama. We'll get that live feed in a little bit. Carla Sands joining us right now, former ambassador to Denmark under the first President Trump administration. Also, a lot of expertise in the energy sector as well. So outside of U.S. trade and foreign relations with Panama, the trafficking of drugs or human trafficking seems like a trifecta of things to take care of with the Panama Canal, isn't it?
It is. It's all of a piece, and Panama being that choke point between, us in the north and then going toward the global south in our hemisphere. It's key that President Trump gets this right. He recognizes the problem and he also has identified the solution. So now it's just a matter of putting his solution into place.
So the Panamanian president, I believe, will be with the Secretary of State as they go next at about 3:30 Eastern time. We'll have that live picture as well at the AES power station right there in Colon, Panama, in the north of the area near the Panama Canal. And I understand, Carla, of course, with your energy expertise at America First Policy Institute, I believe that power station is what fuels the power for the whole canal. Is that right?
So I'm not familiar with this power station, but it sounds like it makes perfect sense. The Panama Canal needs a lot of water and a lot of power, because what happens is the ships will come in at a certain level and then the locks let them go in, and then it empties the water as they go to the next lock, and then that one empties, so that they lower where the level that the ship is going for the next ocean. Or conversely, they'll enter a lock and it'll fill. And so that it's almost like steps for a ship as they go along, so that they can raise to the level of the other ocean. As they go from the Atlantic to the Pacific, they're going up or they're going down. And that's the beauty of the Panama Canal.
Exactly. And President Trump, again, on January 20th from the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, speaking about the Panama Canal, and the fact that he wants to get it back into American possession because it was created by us, to your point from earlier as well. All right, so I wanted to ask you a question about shifting gears a little bit to the Mexican drug cartel, because we see the tariffs against Mexico and also Canada. And part of the executive order, for those of you that just are joining us now, it specifically says that there are Mexican drug cartels or cartel in Canada as well. And then you were saying, Carla, that they're in South Africa and other countries. So are we looking at are they selling to other nations in Europe as well? I mean, this is a global thing. It's not just the United States. Of course, there's a lot of money in the United States. And unfortunately, some of the drug use, that's part of what's happening. The fentanyl getting into heroin and other things. Obviously still illegal to do heroin or cocaine, but that's what's happening is the fentanyl's getting in and then taking and claiming the lives of countless Americans.
Yes. So these transnational gangs, and they could be Middle Eastern gangs, or they could be Mexican gangs. They could also be South and Central American gangs. Tren de Aragua comes to mind. It's a global crime syndicate. Each one of these gangs is working across the globe. Drugs can move across borders, as we've seen. And the idea that the U.S. is the only country that they want to sell into is wrong. Yes, we consume most, but now they're expanding. And so they have interests to ship this stuff into across Africa, across Europe, across the Middle East, Asia, because when you supply these drugs, there are people that will take them if they're cheap enough, sadly. So we want to give people hope. And I really feel like with my Christian faith, I can say that I think Christ gives me hope. And that is that's where my joy comes from and my strength. And so there are answers to the scourge of drugs and people taking these drugs. They need help. They don't need to be, like they've been doing in San Francisco, assisted with getting needles and getting drugs. No, they need to be shown alternatives. And so there's certainly a pathway forward, but these transnational gangs are terrible. And we have centers in the U.S. that work on this, for instance, DEA. And so they have a presence worldwide, and they're working to defeat the drug cartels. But the transnational cartels, they don't just deal in drugs. They'll deal in people, they'll deal in arms. And so this is a problem for the U.S. globally. And we attempt to work on it with, our own men and women, and then our global partners.
Makes sense. Totally makes sense. And also to your point earlier, the Lindell Recovery Network, the great Mike Lindell, who had that major situation back in the day, getting radically saved by Jesus. And the presence of God, let's be real, is much better than anything really out there. There's nothing compares to it if you really connect with the Holy Spirit. It's just facts. But anyway, but outside of that, though, Carla, I mean, we see that the Secretary of State is going to be touring the Panama Canal today. The good thing is the Panama president is greeting him. It's not like he's saying, I don't want to meet with you. So that's a good step in the right direction, isn't it?
It is. And every world leader knows that President Trump means business. He's not just saying things to say them. He says things and he means it. And so they want to work with us. It goes across the globe. I'm hearing about other world leaders that are wanting to work with President Trump to help him achieve his mission. And at the same time, we'll work with our partners. We want our friends and allies to do well. We need prosperous and secure friends and allies. It helps our security. And so there's this sort of win-win when these world leaders work with President Trump and his administration, for instance, here, Secretary Marco Rubio. And that's why I think you see the Panamanian leadership stepping up and being willing to work with him. There were leaders around the world that wouldn't even return President Joe Biden's call. So that will show you the difference of leading with peace through strength.
Exactly. Peace through strength. And then in some cases, strength when it comes to what happened in Somalia recently with the ISIS surgical strike. It's just, it's unfortunate we live in a world that has to have these kind of things happen, but it happened. And it's 2:30 Eastern time. If you're just joining us right now, of course, Carla Sands joining us as we get ready to see Secretary Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State in Panama. Let's talk about why President Trump tariffed Canada and Mexico. This is what's kind of disappointing is you see the leaders of Canada and Mexico being like, hey, I'm going to tariff you back then, 25%. Well, you know what? It wasn't about the money from the top because President Trump said, my highest duty is the defense of the country and its citizens. A nation without borders is not a nation at all. I will not stand by and allow our sovereignty to be eroded, our laws to be trampled, and our citizens to be endangered or our borders to be disrespected anymore. So that's the main core of why he did this, right? Because of the amount of people crossing our borders and the drugs that we're talking about here. Outside of that, to your point, though, it is a financial win for the United States, is it not?
Well, there's a lot to unpack in your question, Matthew, but I will say this. First of all, there's a kind of globalist agenda of erasing the borders between countries. And it's driven largely by the UN and organizations like the World Economic Forum. They really want a borderless world. But we know that people don't salute the flag of the world. They don't feel an affiliation for the world. They feel an affiliation for their country and their fellow citizens, their countrymen. And that's how we work as people. And so President Trump understands our national sovereignty it's important. In fact, it's the most important thing as a nation. The people have said, if you don't have borders, you don't have a nation. Well, that's right. You don't have a country if you don't have borders. So he understands the importance of securing our borders. That's why he won the popular vote and at the Electoral College, because the American people spoke and said, yes, we want our country to have borders. They really thought it was important. Even Hispanic majority of people want our nation to have borders and have secure borders. So I'm really proud of President Trump, his new Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, who's just been up in Canada, highlighting how important it is to secure that border and to stop the flow of people and drugs and illicit goods. There's a lot of illegal shipping of goods. For instance, China will dump their products into a nearby country, say Mexico, or a nearby country to their nation, like Vietnam or Thailand, relabel the products that they don't come from China but come from that country, and then send them into the United States. And we've had over the decades a lot of dumping of products to try to hurt American businesses and manufacturers and promote Chinese goods that are so cheap, it puts American makers out of business. President Trump is stopping that by securing our borders. So it's not just drugs and people, it's also illicit goods.
Exactly. I'm reading and seeing, from the executive order, basically that tariffs, of course, are the penalty against countries for allowing crime to happen in the USA through those open borders. We're told the tariffs may increase even more, according to the executive order, now that Mexico and Canada have retaliated with their own tariffs. So we'll see how that unfolds in the 24/7 news cycle. And I want to get to this one point here, and I'd like to get your reaction for those of you that are just joining us right now about Canada and the fact that Mexican drug cartels are there. And we can confirm that through reporting via the executive orders. I'm going to read directly from it, so you know we're not mincing words here. The president says in that executive order, the challenges at our southern border are foremost in the public consciousness, but our northern border is not exempt from these issues. This executive order says criminal networks are implicated in human trafficking and smuggling operations, enabling unvetted illegal migration across our northern border. There is also a growing presence of Mexican cartels operating fentanyl and nitazene synthesis labs in Canada. When I read that, we heard, okay, we've talked a lot about our southern border, and we said, oh yeah, the northern border too. But then we're hearing things like it's one of the easier ways for possibly a terrorist to come through. This is not my words, this is part of the executive order. And also now that there are drug cartels from Mexico in Canada, I'm still shocked at that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really disappointing. But, Canada doesn't really have a grip on their immigration. They used to have great immigration policies where you had to prove that you could support yourself and you were going to add to Canada's economy. So you had like a degree that was going to add a great, capability and have a job when you came. Now they have a really crummy immigration. I would imagine a new government will put good immigration laws back in for Canada. So it's really, things have gone sideways under the leftist Justin Trudeau. And there was Chinese military on their border during the pandemic. So there's a lot of Chinese communist influence now in Canada. We saw how they treated the truckers when they said, look, we want freedom of speech and we want freedom during COVID. And they were arresting them. They were emptying their bank accounts, taking their children, taking their property, all kinds of really draconian actions that you wouldn't have thought you would see under it was like old Soviet Union or the Chinese Communist Party. Who else would do that? Well, our neighbor Canada was doing that. And so the fact that that the Mexican drug cartels have set up shop in Canada sadly, it doesn't shock me. They were arresting pastors during COVID for even just going to their church and broadcasting virtual sermons. Canada is in a bad way. And I will just say, just for those of you who pray for the United States and our allies, because I think that there is negative influence on these countries. When you look at Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the UK, there's one more I'm missing, are Five Eye partners, and they're all English speaking. These countries have lost the freedom of speech that we all hold so dear. They're arresting people for doing things like silently praying outside of an abortion clinic. So when you look at the sort of trend of the nations, you can see it's not going in a good direction. It doesn't mean it can't go in a better direction. It's just in these other countries, it's not going in a good direction. The fact that President Trump was elected is such a win for the United States. It gives us a chance to reestablish our country as this constitutional republic with constitutional rights that are enshrined for each citizen. So as we get back to that, I really hope that we will be a global influence on the world to have more liberty, more freedom, and like I talked earlier about, more prosperity and security for our partners and allies.
It's 2:34 if you're just joining us right now. Matthew Alvarez here at RSBN Live. This is Carla Sands, of course, former ambassador to Denmark under President Trump's first administration. Also a VP over at America First Policy Institute. Obviously has traveled to a number of embassies around the world, including there in Panama, and saw the Panama Canal. I want to switch back quick to the ISIS surgical strike. This is from President Trump on yesterday. This morning, I ordered precision military airstrikes on the senior ISIS attack planner and other terrorists he recruited and led in Somalia. These killers, who we found hiding in caves, threatened the United States and our allies. The strikes destroyed the caves they live in and killed many terrorists without in any way harming civilians. Our military has targeted this ISIS attack planner for years, but Biden and his cronies wouldn't act quickly enough to get the job done. President Trump saying, "I did." The message to ISIS and all others who would attack Americans is that, quote, "We will find you and we will kill you," end quote. Obviously, when there's that Islamic extremism happening, ISIS and others, President Trump not mincing words there on that post, a very strong move. And if you want to put that together with the fact that the hostages with the Israeli and Hamas peace deal, President Trump said there would be, quote, all hell to pay over the campaign trail if they wouldn't be releasing hostages. And then we see that the Prime Minister, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will be in D.C. this week. So just your thoughts about the Middle East situation right now, Carla.
Right. So a couple of things that I'm excited about. First of all, that Benjamin Netanyahu is the first world leader to meet with President Trump in the White House is really encouraging to me. We know that Israel is still under a lot of stress and attack by these proxies from Iran. Hamas is still there operating. Hezbollah, weakened certainly from the strikes by Israel, but still there in Lebanon. The people can't go back to their houses in the north or the south of Israel. It's still unsafe. And then, of course, the Houthi rebels, very sort of trained up and lethal now, and still dangerous there in a major shipping area. But I just want to also highlight a couple of exciting things. First of all, that Rick Grinnell was able to bring back 6 American hostages from Venezuela, and got the Venezuelan president, believe it or not, Maduro, to say, yes, we will take back all of our illegal immigrants that are in the U.S., is a huge win for every American, and especially for those Americans living in places that are dangerous because of these Venezuelan gangs, for instance, in Colorado, but other cities and states as well. And then to the point of these surgical strikes in Somalia, I want your viewers to understand how important this is for American security and for our foreign policy. Under President Clinton, so this is the Wayback Machine, but under President Clinton, he knew from his, secret information that Osama bin Laden was sheltering in North Africa, in Africa actually, and he knew where he was, and he could have gone and gotten Osama bin Laden years before Osama bin Laden cooked up a plot, the 9/11 plot, to take back down the World Trade Center through the airplanes that his handpicked people flew into the World Trade Center. So what President Trump did is he just stopped someone like Osama bin Laden, who had the intention of attacking Americans, probably on American soil, and killing us in a terrorist attack. So he did what President Bill Clinton did not do. President Bill Clinton did not take action. And I'll just say one more thing. These presidents that take action like President Trump save lives and they bring about world peace. Under President Bush, I can remember during his last term being briefed by one of the people in his administration. And he told us how we could take bunker bombs in and take out the Iranian nuclear machines. It was an early time. And he said we could do it, but we're going to hand that off and let the next administration take care of that. Well, what happened next is that Barack Obama didn't take care of anything. He didn't stop terrorism. What he would do is he would sort of just randomly bomb things to distract people. I didn't see him do any surgical strikes. I saw him allow ISIS to grow and flourish under his administration. So these presidents, like President Trump, they secure our country. So this is on both sides of the aisle, that presidents have sort of punted or not taken action when they needed to. So I'm really, really proud that President Trump says, no, we're going to secure the United States. It may not be popular, but I'm going to do this surgical strike and take out these masterminds.
And on top of that, peace through strength, of course, not starting any new wars, but when there's a surgical strike that's needed, obviously it just happened in Somalia. As you see at the bottom of your screen, Marco Rubio visiting Panama today, the Secretary of State. They're en route now to the northern part of Panama in a town called Cajon there. And we know that he'll be visiting an AES power station. We'll get that live feed as soon as we get it. We'll be showing it to you. And then he'll be on his way to the Panama Canal around 5 o'clock Eastern. Also, between the time of about 4:30 to 5, we may be getting a live feed of President Trump when he's getting onto Air Force One in West Palm Beach and then flying up to Joint Base Andrews. So a little bit of news definitely today as we see the Secretary of State making his first international trip to Panama. Of course, Carla Sands on the line with us, and in just a few minutes, we'll be going to Bruce Levell as well, a good friend of President Trump. So, Carla, let's talk about one more thing before you go, and then I know you'll be back around 5 to kind of break things down for us as we watch the tour there for the Panama Canal. But, the thing is we know that President Trump wants killing to stop at the end of the day, but the surgical strike, that needs to happen. We know why. ISIS, obviously terrible. But we're going to have the Prime Minister of Israel coming here next week. The thoughts on the Abraham Accords and other things to help to bring out more peace for that part of the world. Do you think that is something that is possible, that other countries would say, you know what, this is probably the right thing to do?
I'm so hopeful about that. I just spoke with the Iranian people on our own Voice of America this past week. And what I talked about is how President Trump's first administration had maximum pressure on Iran to stop the money from flowing in to the mullahs, which they use it to export terror, not to build up their own society and help their people have opportunity. They fund Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. They're the #1 exporters of terror around the world. So the people of Iran, they're well educated, they're young, they're industrious, but they have this revolutionary government run by these fanatical Muslim clerics. They want opportunity. So the idea that we could put maximum pressure back on Iran and encourage them to come to the table and join the Abraham Accords, where they could have normalized relations with Israel and throughout the Middle East, that their economy could grow, but in a benevolent way, not in a way that exports terror, but in a way that benefits the people of Iran, is really exciting. But it means we have to support the Iranian freedom fighters, the women who want to live without covering their hair, that want to have, equal opportunity and be able to work in the workplace, like they did when I was a young girl. The Iranian people, until this rogue regime came into power in the late 70s and overthrew the Shah, women could dress just like Western women do, and they lived open lives. They could actually go to the swimming pool and swim in a mixed way like normal Western people do. It's under this rogue regime that this oppression has come upon the people of Iran, where women are killed and beaten for not behaving in the ways that this rogue regime wants them to. And there have been tragic martyrs of these women where they've just uncovered their hair and been killed by the police, the religious police, or when they put them into prison because of what they did. I'm excited.
It's that whole thing of the free world versus a tyrannical government or a dictator, yes, or even, in this case, a religion of where it's the Islamic religion that they are, the Islamic State there in Iran, enforcing things like Sharia law on the people. And the thing is, it's wild, is whether they're a Muslim, Jewish, Christian in Iran, these are people that still want to be free. They don't want to be lorded over them in that way. And I remember hearing from an Iranian woman on social media, she was just saying, we want to be free just like anybody else. But this, yes, Islamic rule that's happening is crushing that there. That's going to be quite interesting to see if they would ever give up that kind of power. I don't know if that would be possible, but hey, with God, all things are possible. As it's 2:43, Carla Sands, thank you again for joining us live.
Thanks.
We'll come back to you in just a bit. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Thanks, Matthew.
Definitely. All right, so about 2:45 right now. So we're looking at about 3:30 at this AES power station where the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is traveling to right now as we speak. And then as soon as we get that video, we'll go there live. On top of that, we'll have that Panama Canal 5 p.m. Live picture, as well as we look at programming here on this monitor in just a second, as we want to thank a few of our sponsors. Reach it over to get this. This is the free gold guide for Colonial Metals Group. Simple as going to freegoldguide.com for more information on gold and silver, also precious metals, anything with tax-sheltered IRA, 401k. Always good when it comes to that backup plan. As our dollar, fluctuates, we're looking forward to Maganomics being put in place, but the thing about BRICS, right? They're trying to use their local currencies, which makes the dollar go up and down in value. President Trump speaking about BRICS nations just the other day. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and others. So this is always good to have a solid backup plan in gold, silver, and this free info kit is at freegoldguide.com, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You can also use that QR code if you haven't already on the screen. All right, so 2:45 Eastern. We may be joined by Bruce Levell here in just a minute. One of the senior advisors to President Trump, longtime friend of the president, based in Atlanta, a businessman, MAGA patriot, loves our country, loves the president, and I'm sure is very happy to see that the tariffs are in place for Mexico and Canada. Again, President Trump is saying that he wants to do this for the safety of the country. I mean, at the end of the day, Canada and Mexico, the borders there, are not doing the job that they're supposed to when it comes to keeping their people in their countries. Now, I'm not talking about the average great Canadian that goes to a hockey game. I'm talking about the people that are illegal immigrants that are getting into Canada somehow, whether obviously through the roads or the plane or ship, whatever. But unfortunately, we're seeing, according to the president's executive orders, that there are Mexican drug cartels in Canada, as well as, of course, Mexico and around the world. So there's a lot of things to be cleaned up. President Trump is doing everything he can, as you guys see with the team right now, including part of that team, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in Panama, as you see on the bottom of your screen. The reason why we don't have a live feed right now is because the live feed of the camera is off. They're traveling through the country of Panama right now, and they'll be putting that live feed back up soon at a power station at 3:30 Eastern. And then at 5 o'clock Eastern, we'll see, I believe, an aerial tour of the Panama Canal. On top of that, we'll be seeing, most likely, the Air Force One in Florida. President Trump boarding that great plane, heading back up to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue on Sunday, February 2nd. Of course, it's Groundhog's Day, and I know that Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow, so that means 6 more weeks of winter. Yes, I believe in that stuff. Kidding, but it's kind of cool. My wife and I are from Pennsylvania. I have never seen Punxsutawney Phil in person, but pretty cool stuff up there in Pennsylvania today. As we get ready to thank a couple sponsors, we'll go to a commercial break in just a second, and we'll be back with some more information. And Bruce Levell, I believe, will be on the line with us in just a minute. Let's go to Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 for all great information on back taxes or any questions coming up in April, coming up in the second quarter financially. If you have any questions to get those back taxes settled, you can get that with Tax Network USA. Of course, getting that off your mind with the IRS and that kind of thing. But as we know, President Trump saying those 80,000 agents that were hired to enforce certain things and come knocking on the door, well, they'll be either let go or on their way to the border. He's talked about it the other day. So anyway, 800-357-1415, great group there of patriots, Tax Network USA. This is RSBN Live. We'll be live throughout the week with a lot of coverage. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back after this break.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
All right, we're about 10 minutes away from the top of the hour here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we have some more information about the AES power station that the Secretary of State is headed to. We'll share that information in just a second. Do want to give you a few program notes so you know what you're expecting here at the network as we look to see the Secretary of State show up there in about 38 minutes or so. We'll see him at the AES power station in Panama, and then he'll tour the Panama Canal a bit later after that, around 5 o'clock, and then we'll see, I believe, around that time, also President Trump leaving from Florida back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Can you believe that we are in just about 2 weeks of this presidency, and we've seen tons of great executive orders be signed by the president? And again, we're not paid by President Trump. You know, we like President Trump. We love President Trump. But the thing is he's doing truthful, great things, common sense things, all about safety, all about greatness for our country, all about law and order, all about making America healthy again, our finances healthy again, defending the Constitution. So here at the network, of course, we adhere to that common sense principle. And then we have someone that obviously is in the same category as the Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln. In some ways, of course, William McKinley, President Trump, a fan of William McKinley, of course, with the McKinley tariffs and other things that he's done, a natural businessman. And we'll get to that information in just a second. As you're seeing the Secretary of State photo from I believe earlier today, that might be a stock photo as well, but of course he'll be on his way to the power station and the Panama Canal coming up. Let's go through some of the information as it looks like Bruce Levell is ready to join us live. Producer, let's go to Brightcore, and then we can go to Bruce here in just a minute. MyBrightcore.com, a great sponsor at the network. Kimchi One is the product. So kimchi is a probiotic, and they have it in the tablets there. So if you buy 2 of these Kimchi One products, you get 1 free by going to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. The gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties, always awesome for our system to go in one step closer to making America healthy again. And Kim Bright, the owner and founder of this great product, straight up MAGA and Maha. So it's awesome to know an owner as well to the product. And you put 2 and 2 together and you see that somebody's focused on helping out the American people, but also selling a great product right there. All right, so let's go now to Bruce Levell live. Bruce, it's about 2:53 Eastern. Thanks so much for joining us right now. I wanted to get your thoughts on all of the tariffs right now that the president has put on, enacted against Canada, Mexico, and China, and also that surgical strike in Somalia the other day against ISIS.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Matt. Well, listen, my phone's been blowing up, obviously, because of the huge decision. I think they probably forgot that, President Trump is not going to keep his promise, which, listen, we all know that. But listen, it's not, the bottom line is our northern country, which is Canada, and our southern country, Mexico, they need the U.S. This is going to be a situation where both of them are essentially, if we give it less than a week, they're going to cry uncle. They're going to come to the table, make a deal. Canada knows that the U.S. has more than enough for energy independence, more than enough to supply the world for that matter. So they know they're in a pickle. And, we're talking about 75 plus almost 80% of what they rely on the U.S. for their commerce. So I expect this to go down very quick, expeditiously. I think the president of Mexico, as well as the prime minister of Canada, I think they have to flex a little bit to save face for their people. But I think this will go very quick and swiftly to come to the table and negotiate.
Bruce, if you and I went up to a hockey game or the Toronto Raptors game in Canada, and we sat with some of the fans there, because just the other day, the Ottawa Senators game, when they sang the national anthem in Ottawa, some of the fans were booing our anthem. If they kind of realized why President Trump is doing this, because of the fact of the border situation and allowing all these drugs and people through, even the Mexican drug cartel now has operations in Canada. If they would just know that this isn't against the people of Canada, this is against the government system there of the border. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, listen, that particular crowd doesn't really speak for the majority of the Canadians, that group. I think a lot of it has to do, like everything else, the lack of knowledge and information and where they're getting their news source, as I call it, the real numbers. So once again, I look to see Canada as well as Mexico cry uncle and come to the negotiating tables within a week, guaranteed with this, and try to figure out some resolution that's going to be a win-win for all. But, listen, guys, ladies and gentlemen watching this, I know the president very well. A lot of people have died, especially the sex trafficking that's going on. That's horrendous. We have what, a couple 100,000 children that unaccounted for that's come across the borders, quote, that we don't know of, and the list goes on how many fentanyl deaths, not to mention other drugs that have killed American citizens. So I think this is going to be a win-win for all. It's always uncomfortable when you have people who are not used to something that's different, as you want to use that term. We've always done it this way. But listen, I think it's going to be a win-win for all here. Once again, less than a week, Matt. Watch what I tell you. They're going to cry uncle.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that loud and clear. And especially if President Trump The fact that I think he said in the executive order there that if they retaliate to President Trump's original tariffs, that he would expand more tariffs, more percentages on top of the 25%. He's not playing around. This is something for the American people. I see that again, we're not bought and paid for by anybody here. That just as a citizen, Bruce, I see that this is done because of the border being wide open, and I wish that they would just understand that that's what it's about.
Well, example, two big companies in Canada today announced they want to relocate to, I think, Ohio, Missouri, and another state I can't remember offhand. A huge company employ thousands of employees. And listen, it gets down to this: the less tax burdens, and that's another subject here, Matt, on the U.S. It's going to help promote industries in the U.S. and to help small business by cutting the tax, cutting the burdens, cutting the regulations, are going to bring the manufacturing back to the U.S. So I think this is going to be, this is the beginning. I call this the great reformation of our country, our nation, to where we're going to get back. And when we use that term, made in America, Matt, it's going to be legit under the Trump administration. It's not going to be a soundbite like it's been previously in other administrations. So I'm looking forward to seeing more and more robust companies opening in the U.S. with less tax burdens, less regulations, and more profits. Yeah, profits and more money to give to their employees, which promotes discretionary spending, which, yes, builds the economy. So I'm excited about it. There's going to be a little pain. And listen, there's always pain when there's change. And this is going to be a little painful, a little bit, but it's going to be great for change.
Exactly. And we're seeing that today. The Secretary of State down in Panama, your thoughts about the canal being given back to the United States. Hopefully it's an easy transition of that control, because we see the Chinese really have a lot of influence on that specific spot there, Bruce.
Yeah. Well, thank God when we initially purchased it back in the early 1900s and pretty much built it, we did leave that small little deal in the contract, Matt, that says basically we do have the right to come back and take that over, not to mention that little square rectangular piece of strip that they sold to us that divides the northern part and the southern part. So it is in the contract. It is in there. We'd like to see a peaceful transfer back to the U.S., but we'll do what we have to do, because yes, it is a vital situation, as well as bringing ships through that particular area. And yeah, China's making a huge move, not just Central America, Matt, and real southern South America, Africa. A lot of those countries have been affected tremendously by Chinese trade. So I think this is going to go over well. Marco's a very good negotiator, and I'm very optimistic that we'll come to a deal, get it back to the U.S., get us protecting the Panama Canal again so we can move on.
Bruce Levell, thank you so much. One more important question. Are you out for a jog right now?
Yeah, I'm actually working out, man. I'm out here in my backyard. You see the river out here. So I was like, but thanks for letting me do this, because I got to keep my fitness up here. I just had a great day at church today, and feeling good and trying to stay healthy. And thanks for having me, Matt. I really appreciate you.
Of course, Bruce. You too. Likewise. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Definitely. All right, so Bruce Levell, of course, longtime friend of President Trump, and I remember being at a rally in Atlanta, Georgia, and President Trump called out Bruce and had him stand up, and it was quite the moment there live on RSBN as well, as we were covering various rallies around the country. As you see, Marco Rubio, of course, on the right side of your screen, Secretary of State in Panama. Now, I want to tell you a little bit more about the AES power station in just a minute. I do want to share as well President Trump talking about the Wall Street Journal quite explicitly today in a way of not being very happy with them. The Wall Street Journal editorial board's latest tirade against President Donald Trump's decisive action to stop fentanyl from killing innocent Americans is a helpful reminder that the Wall Street Journal, this according to the Trump emails that are coming out here from the White House, is always wrong when it comes to tariffs and trade. So they're saying straight up, just like Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, said the other day to the press, if you're going to lie, we're going to call you out. Case in point, I'm going to read it here for you. I just got it a few minutes ago. The Journal's editorial page has supported America Last policies such as open borders and outsourcing for years now. As President Trump wrote today, The tariff lobby, headed by the globalist and always wrong Wall Street Journal, is working hard to justify countries like Canada, Mexico, China, and too many others to name, continue to the decades-long ripoff of America, both with regard to trade, crime, and poisonous drugs that are allowed to do so freely flow into America. So a lot of information out there about various reporting that's happening. Again, this is what Bruce was talking about as well. What are the people of Canada being told about this situation? What are we being told? What is the world being told about various stories? So that's why, thanks be to God, that there is conservative media out there, conservative voices, whether it's a podcast, whether it's someone on X or on Truth Social, whether it's Right Side Broadcasting Network or other conservative outlets. I mean, at the end of the day, we're bringing the true narrative of common sense to the American people. So we're the same network that's covered so many rallies here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We adhere to truth and common sense and to we the people. So there we go. Let's go to mypillow.com. Mypillow.com, great mega sale there. Mega sale by Mike Lindell. Use the promo code RSBN for quite a percentage off for all sorts of products, all sorts of great products. The slides and slippers, I have them both. How many of you guys have them? They're great. The slippers are awesome. My wife has them, I have them. And I was just going to say maybe my dog can get them too. I mean, there are dog beds. There are great sheets. The Giza sheets are great. Pillows are awesome. And there's flannel sheets there too. Especially now that the groundhog, the Punxsutawney Phil, said that he saw his shadow. So 6 more weeks of winter. That means order those flannel sheets. MyPillow.com/RSBN for up to 80% off. Great sponsor here at Right Side. Let's get into some more details about the AES power station that we're going to see live here, where the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be joining a number of Panamanian officials there and why they're doing this. So let me share with you some information, as we do have various photos, of course, there of this power station right there. So AES Panama is a subsidiary of the U.S.-based AES Corporation based in Arlington, Virginia. It's the largest U.S. investor and generator of power in Panama, with $2.9 billion invested in energy projects over the last 25 years, including power plants and a liquefied natural gas, LNG, import terminal. AES imports LNG exclusively from the United States, with 19% going to Panama. So AES operates Central America's only onshore LNG terminal, importing LNG from the U.S. Gulf Coast, the Gulf of America, of course. During his visit to AES Panama and Cologne, Secretary Rubio will meet with the CEO and AES Panama's management team. The Secretary will also tour the AES LNG terminal and power generation plant. Secretary Rubio's visit will highlight the USG commitment to supporting U.S. companies at home and abroad, particularly in the energy sector, increasing our shared prosperity. All right, so that was a mouthful, but that's all right. At the end of the day, AES, the power station, that's where they're headed now. So in about, let's see here, less than 30 minutes, we'll have that live feed of the Secretary of State there. Also, a bit later, the aerial tour of the Panama Canal, where I believe we'll have that live feed as well, of the Secretary of State touring the Panama Canal. So obviously something that is needed to come back into U.S. jurisdiction or hands, because we're the ones that created it in the first place. And then according to President Trump, when he was speaking at the January 20th inauguration, he said, President William McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman, and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly, of course, been given to the country of Panama after the United States spent more money than ever on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of that Panama Canal. So President Trump saying on January 20th, we have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. But at the end of the day, what's great, what I see right now, is the fact that the Secretary of State's able to meet with the Panamanian president, obviously is a good sign toward what President Trump and the team is wanting to do for our country. The drug trafficking, the human trafficking, and in the U.S. trade situation obviously needs to be taken care of. And of course, the Chinese having a lot of control over the Panama Canal. So President Trump working on that specific part of the land there. And then also, of course, those new tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Again, not it wasn't done because of money first. It was done because of the following. Because what you do is you look at these executive orders, you say, okay, so why is President Trump taking this action? And all you have to do is go to those executive orders, which are found on whitehouse.gov in various areas. Of course, here at the right side, we get them as well. But I'll go right to it. He said, my highest duty is the defense of the country and its citizens. A nation without borders is not a nation at all. I will not stand by and allow our sovereignty to be eroded, our laws to be trampled, and our citizens to be endangered, or our borders to be disrespected anymore. So basically, the tariffs are the penalty against countries for allowing crime to happen in the USA through open borders. If you look specifically at the line on the executive order, according to the president here, are citizens to be endangered? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Those 5 words mean so much because we know what that means there. That means human trafficking. That means drug trafficking. That means criminal, illegal aliens in our country. That means murder. That means all sorts of crime. So when he says our citizens to be endangered, he says, or our borders to be disrespected anymore. We're not going to allow that. That's why he's doing this. That's why it's happening. Yes, there will be a situation with the tariffs that will benefit the United States, but the point is, I wish that the Canadian leaders and the Mexican leaders would say, okay, well, let's just shore up the border instead of this tit-for-tat crap and get the job done. This is about the safety of our country. As you see there, Secretary Marco Rubio on X, meeting with the Panamanian president not too long ago, of course, posting that on X. The Panamanian president is Jose Raul Molino. So that was earlier today. And we are live continuously here at RSBN Live as we get ready to see the Secretary of State at that AES power station right near the Panama Canal. And then, of course, later we'll have the coverage from the Panama Canal as well for the tour of it. Just recently saw a lot of video as well of the southern border. So we're looking at various stories, of course, today. We're following a lot at this point, but as we await our next guest to join us here, I think Carla Sands may be coming back on camera in just a bit. She is scheduled for about 5 o'clock as well, so we'll see how that goes. But I know that there's a lot of southern border military presence of the United States military service members that are there. So it's great to see that on the southern border. And Director, if we have that video of any of the military on our southern border, we're talking 4,100 U.S. Army servicemen and women and the U.S. Marines as well. Okay, just hearing from the producer there. Yeah, let's go to some of the southern border video. That'd be great, and then we can go to some of the Panama Canal hearing from the Senator Ted Cruz of Texas that just happened recently. We aired that in its entirety here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as well. It's good to get that context of today's trip. So we'll go to that in just a minute as we get ready to go to the southern border military video here, all because of the national emergency that President Trump in the executive order has signed and saying, we're bringing troops. And that's what you see there. This is from the Department of Defense, sent to us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network through the comms channels of Northcom and other people that work with the press in the DoD. So that's the video there. You can see them shoring up the border, working on various things to shore it up. But also we're looking forward to seeing the video in general of the whole entire wall being built and finished. As you know, hundreds and hundreds of miles of wall already done from the first Trump administration. We saw what happened in 2020, or this wall would have been done. So what we're looking for is that wall to be complete, and we know that whole thing of let's get Trump back in to finish the job. Well, 45 became 47. We're only 2 weeks and a couple days into the administration, so historic speed, as you guys know out there, and strength with this executive order for the southern border, and also many other executive orders that you guys have seen here at the network. Let's go to Colonial Metals Group as we get ready to toss it to a very recent hearing with Senator Ted Cruz, where he was discussing the Panama Canal. So it's great context to the coverage. And as soon as we get that live feed in just a bit, we'll go to that as well. So let's talk about Colonial Metals Group. This is something you can get for free. It's thefreegoldguide.com. All sorts of great information on gold and silver and other information right here in this freegoldguide.com. So it's basically tax-sheltered IRA or 401k backed in gold. And if you have a few extra bucks or a savings or a retirement account to diversify, to have obviously put it into Colonial Metals Group would be great, because gold always has that high standard. It's always high value. So if you have some questions about that, all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com and you can check this all out, or go to that QR code you see there on your screen as it's 12 after 3 o'clock today. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, about to be a live vantage point for us here from the AES power station, and then of course that Panama Canal tour. Also, we may be seeing President Trump from Florida flying in Air Force One on the way back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So Director, as soon as we have that Senator Ted Cruz Panama Canal video ready to go, we'll go to that. All right, let's go to that right now. We'll be right back as soon as we get that live footage.
Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation will come to order. We're here today to examine a monument to American ingenuity, the Panama Canal. Senator Moreno down there suggested we open the hearing by playing Van Halen and Panama. We may not do that, but between the American construction of the Panama Canal, the French effort to build an isthmus canal, and America's triumphant completion of that canal, the major infrastructure projects across Panama cost more than 35,000 lives. For the final decade of work on the Panama Canal, the United States spent nearly $400 million, equivalent to more than $15 billion today. The Panama Canal proved a truly invaluable asset, sparing both cargo ships and warships the long journey around South America. When President Carter gave it away to Panama, Americans were puzzled, confused, and many outraged. With the passage of time, many have lost sight of the canal's importance, both to national security and to the U.S. economy. Not President Trump. When he demanded fair treatment for American ships and goods, many in the media scoffed. But the Panama Canal was not just given away. President Carter struck a bargain. He made a treaty. And President Trump is making a serious and substantive argument that that treaty is being violated right now. This committee has jurisdiction under the Senate rules over the Panama Canal, and today we will examine evidence of potential violations. President Trump has highlighted two key issues. Number one, the danger of China exploiting or blocking passage through the canal. And number two, the exorbitant costs for transit. Chinese companies are right now building a bridge across the canal at a slow pace so as to take nearly a decade. And Chinese companies control container ports at either end. The partially completed bridge gives China the ability to block the canal without warning. And the ports give China ready observation posts to time that action. This situation, I believe, poses acute risks to U.S. national security. Meanwhile, the high fees for canal transit disproportionately affect Americans because U.S. cargo accounts for nearly 3/4 of canal transits. U.S. Navy vessels pay additional fees that apply only to warships. Canal profits regularly exceed $3 billion. This money comes from both American taxpayers and consumers in the form of higher costs for goods. American tourists aboard cruises, particularly those in the Caribbean Sea, are essentially captive to any fees Panama chooses to levy for canal transits. And they have paid unfair prices for fuel bunkering at terminals in Panama as a result of government-granted monopoly. Panama's government relies on these exploitative fees. Nearly 1/10 of its budget is paid for with canal profit. As those fees cascade through the American economy and the federal fisc, the Chinese Communist Party advances its global economic contest against the United States and takes a militaristic interest in the canal. While President Trump has rightly focused on these key issues, there are additional problems. In the last 2 years, the Canal Authority generated record revenue, even while transits were depressed by drought conditions. And the only comfort to delayed and overcharged ships is that Panama may invest in more freshwater reserves in the future. Even as it takes advantage of the global maritime system, Panama has emerged as a bad actor. Panama has for years flagged dozens of vessels in the Iranian Ghost Fleet, which brought Iran tens of billions of dollars in oil profits to fund terror across the world. And Chinese companies have won contracts, often without fair competition, as the infamous Belt and Road Initiative has come to Panama. China often engages in debt-trap diplomacy to enable economic and political coercion. In Panama, it also seems to have exploited simple corruption. We have 4 panelists with us today. At Ranking Member Cantwell's request, we also invited the Deputy Administrator of the Panama Canal to appear today. She declined that invitation. I understand this witness claimed her absence was due to a scheduling matter, but I also recognize that defending the Panama Canal Authority is an unenviable task. This committee may be obliged to compel her testimony at a future hearing. It will not escape senators' notice that Professor Kontorovich is appearing virtually today. That will be a very unusual practice before this committee. The professor was ready to fly from Israel to D.C. to appear in person, but he was unable to because too few American carriers have resumed direct flights to Israel. While European airliners are willing to fly to Israel, service to America has been prohibitively long and expensive. Israel is America's closest ally in the Middle East, and U.S. carriers are refusing to fly there. Late last week, Delta Airlines announced it would finally restart direct flights to Tel Aviv in April. And I very much hope that United Airlines and American Airlines will very quickly follow suit and resume direct flights to Israel. Turning back to the topic at hand, I'm grateful to President Trump for raising public awareness about the state of the Panama Canal and the threats to American interests. We cannot afford to let American shippers be extorted. We cannot turn a blind eye if Panama exploits an asset of vital commercial and military importance, and we cannot stay idle while China is on the march in our hemisphere. I expect and hope the testimony today to enlighten on all of those issues. I will now turn to Ranking Member Cantwell for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this important hearing and the witnesses that are here today and virtually. Access to the Panama Canal is essential. Maintaining America's supply chains, lowering inflation costs on consumers and goods, and ensuring our national security. With about 72% of the goods transiting the canal coming to or from U.S. markets, a stable waterway is vital for states like mine, where 1 in 4 jobs are related directly or indirectly to trade. Seattle-based SSA Marine, operated in the Manzillo International Terminal in Cologne, Panama for the last 30 years, is our largest U.S. logistics presence in Panama, with 19 massive cranes, 3.5 million cargo containers, and employing over 1,000 people. In fact, Washington's maritime economy supports 170,000 jobs and $45 billion in revenue, and our U.S. maritime economy supports over 21 million jobs and almost $3 trillion in America's GDP. So anything that our committee can do to help grow our maritime economy, I'm all for. That is why it's so important that the committee not just focus on Panama, but the broader solutions to meet our U.S. maritime opportunities and challenges. This committee passed the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, led by our colleagues, Senator Klobuchar and Senator Thune to address shipping costs and stop carriers from practices that delayed U.S. cargo or increased costs. This law also gave the FMC, our two commissioners that are here today, the ability to do better investigation. So I look forward to hearing about their investigation on the Panama Canal and these cost issues. And many members of this committee have worked on the infrastructure bill to do dock replacements in places like Alaska, rail improvements, pier infrastructure, safety improvements, container yard expansion, and I know that my colleagues who represent these maritime investments need a maritime workforce and continued investment. Many of our colleagues, Mr. Chairman, have great ideas. Senator Kelly and Young from the Senate, Representatives Garamendi and Kelly from the House, and they've been working with maritime stakeholders on these larger bills. But, Mr. Chairman, if this committee doesn't embrace this larger agenda, it's going to get decided in the Finance Committee. So I hope that we can get some of these issues and show that this committee is the committee for maritime jurisdiction. A bill that provides a comprehensive strategy to rebuild America's supply chain supremacy, sea left capacity that we need to defend our interests in the South China Sea and the Indo-Pacific region, and to revitalize our nation's ports and shipbuilding capacity. A revitalized U.S. maritime strategy would not only be good for our economy, but critical for national security. At the same time, we face cyber threats from our foreign adversaries, and Panama is a perfect example, which brings us to the hearing today. I am concerned about Chinese-owned ports in Panama and their proximity to the canal. I'm also deeply concerned about the installation of Chinese equipment from Huawei and Chinese companies near the canal. This is why this committee successfully worked to get $3 billion in rip and replace at the end of last Congress. So if we're trying to get them out of U.S. ports and areas, we shouldn't certainly allow them in vessels and back doors in places like Panama. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the two most recent U.S. ambassadors to Panama who make the case for continued U.S. investment in infrastructure and cybersecurity.
Without objection.
These ambassadors, thank you, Mr. Chairman, these ambassadors know better than anyone that America's adversaries have built backdoors into communication technology, software, supply chains, both software and hardware. So whether it's a crane over the port or a bridge, we cannot tolerate Huawei, TikTok, artificial intelligence, or other adversaries using a government backdoor. Mr. Chairman, I'm a very big fan of the five biggest technology interests and basic democracies forming a technology NATO. We should be saying to the world, nobody should be buying technology or equipment that has a government backdoor. These are complex issues, and we need solutions. I will be requesting that the Department of Defense provide a classified briefing to all members of our committee about foreign adversary threats to the Panama Canal, including these adjacent areas. I received an initial classified briefing from the U.S. Southern Command and have spoken to former U.S. Southern Command leader, General Laura Richardson, on these issues. I also plan to go as a delegation or by myself to Panama and visit the Panama Canal Authority. I invite other members to do so, hopefully this spring. Any successful strategy also has to not just focus on cybersecurity and cooperation, and we'll ask some of our witnesses here today, but the larger issue is we need to understand what are the shortfalls of the current agreement that doesn't get at this upgraded technology concern. I would hope that Panama would be very cooperative in discussing these cybersecurity investments and what needs to be made. As we all know, the Panama Canal is, as an authority, independent, and the Chinese government don't start the shipping rates, but the authority has been grappling with historic rainfalls, climate change, and the solution, I believe, is for us to work together, as the Army Corps did before, on solutions in making sure that instability in water is not the cause of increase in rates.
Okay, so you're watching there a recording from a recent Senate hearing about the Panama Canal with Senator Ted Cruz, who led that. If you want to watch that in its entirety, it's on our Rumble page. It's on various social media platforms as well, including, of course, the streaming platform YouTube. So Rumble, we have it, and it's on YouTube as well, if you'd like to check it out in its entirety. There's a number of things that are being said out there by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, also Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Let's go with Secretary Marco Rubio. That comment that he put out on X just recently about his time in Panama. He said, quote, "I met with Panamanian President Jose Raul Molino and Foreign Minister Javier Chapma to make clear that the United States cannot and will not allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue with its effective and growing control over the Panama Canal area." He also says, "We also discussed efforts to end the hemisphere's mass migration crisis and ensure fair competition for U.S. firms." So that, according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and recently on Truth Social from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, talking about some of the tariffs as well. Somewhat a similar story in the sense of having our country in control of the right things, like Panama Canal, because it was ours in the first place, and we've seen how terrible it's been run now that the Chinese have control over it, and all of the trafficking and all the terrible situations, specifically as well with the southern and northern border, with all of the trafficking, the drug trafficking, human smuggling, and the crime that's happened in our country. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, about 5 minutes ago said, "Poor, sad Mexico. International drug cartels operate freely within their borders, and Mexico can't do anything about it. It is, quote, childish, magical thinking to expect our southern neighbor to have barely functioning law enforcement." So that from the Vice President just a few minutes ago, as it is the bottom of the hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. 3:30, as you see there on your screen, in just a couple minutes, and we'll be going live to the AES power station in Colon, Panama, northern part of the country there, as the Secretary of State will tour that. We'll bring you that live coverage as soon as we get it here at the network, and then, of course, later, the tour of the Panama Canal. So thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday, February 2nd, of course, Groundhog's Day. The Punxsutawney Phil seeing his shadow, 6 more weeks of winter. So the Panama Canal, as some know, is a well, there he is. Why don't we talk about him real quick? So Punxsutawney Phil, of course, so the Indiana University of Pennsylvania, IUP students, also Slippery Rock students. It's a kind of like Division II in sports in Pennsylvania. They really flood to Punxsutawney overnight, and it's just this whole thing out there until about 6 a.m., and then the sun rises, and of course, we see what Punxsutawney Phil has to say. So it's Groundhog's Day here on Sunday. Groundhog's Day, of course, a great movie as well. And I was thinking about watching it today with my wife, so I think we will after this live coverage. A fun movie, of course. So again, 6 more weeks of winter. There's the picture of the Panama Canal. So a 51-mile man-made waterway, of course, connecting the Atlantic to the Pacific. It really saves a lot of time for shipments instead of going that 7,000-mile trek, which would be all the way to the bottom portion of the South American continent. So all the way down South America, all the way around and up is 7,000 miles. So it's quite the trek there, but they don't have to do it because of the Panama Canal. So we'll see how things go. If our country will get that control back with the Panama Canal, it'll be great to see that happen. As it's 3:30, let's thank Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 is the number. You can go to tnusa.com or call, again, 800-357-1415 for more information on any kinds of questions when it comes to back taxes or coming up in April. You can get all the information you need with a great group that will help you alongside that financial process and bring financial peace of mind to at least get a game plan going to work on any back taxes that you may have missed. They'll help you out right there at tnusa.com/RSBN. If you're just joining us on this Sunday, of course, no football today as we are a week away from the Super Bowl. Robert McNeely and I, the host here at Right Side, and I joke around a little bit about the Eagles and the Chiefs. He says the Chiefs will win. I'll say the Eagles will win. We'll see what happens in 7 days from now. But more importantly right now, we see the Panama Canal in the situation where we need it back for various reasons. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, again, will be there in the northern part of the country in just a minute to check out a power station there. So again, he said on X that he met with the Panamanian president to make clear that the United States cannot and will not allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue with its effective and growing control over the Panama Canal area. We also discussed efforts to end the hemisphere's mass migration crisis and ensure fair competition for U.S. firms. So we'll be seeing some more comments there from the Secretary of State here shortly. The president on January 20th said about the Panama Canal that we have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The president went on to say on January 20th inside the U.S. Capitol building, what a great moment in time that was, of course, the inaugural address. He said, the purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form. And that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. That, according to the 47th president, the commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump, on January 20th inside that rotunda in the U.S. Capitol building, not too many days ago. I mean, we're talking just about 2 weeks and a couple days. He's been president, of course, and it's been historic speed and lightning fast of the executive orders being signed for our country. So we are seeing the fruits of the executive orders come to pass right now. We're seeing our troops at the southern border to close that thing up. And I wonder if that's something that's going to happen in the northern border, because now that we're hearing and seeing from an executive order from the president that there are Mexican drug cartels also operating in Canada. So there's just a lot going on there. So we'll see how this all pans out right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, you know us as the great RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network, covering various rallies and events and speeches and remarks since 2015, obviously 10 years later now. And we will continue to cover any rallies that happen. We just did last weekend. It was, of course, in Las Vegas, as RSBN host Christina Loren was there and Robert McNeely here in the studio. So if there are any more rallies, of course, we'll be covering them. We do love them here at the network, and we love to hear from you, we the people. So also on top of that, America First stories, America First breaking news, and stories like this happening today, bringing you kind of wall-to-wall coverage, just a real close connection to that live feed of what's happening out there. All of it brought to you by various great sponsors, including mybrightcore.com. So Brightcore has Kimchi One, that product you see on the left side of your screen there. Kimchi is a probiotic that's just really good for gut health and immune support, anti-aging properties. You see the number on your screen as well. So if you call that number, you can receive up to 50% off by using the phone number. You can also go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. You buy two, you get one free. So gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties, all about making America healthy again. This is one way to do it as well. And including diet and exercise. Always good, right? So you should have told me that. I should have said that the other day about the chicken tenders and fries I ate. But anyway, 3:35 Eastern Time. Great sponsor there, Brightcore, mybrightcore.com, as we await a live feed there in Panama as we get ready to see Marco Rubio once again. Some of the other stories we're following here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, President Trump green-lighting the attack that he wanted to do against the ISIS members in Somalia just the other day, and then on an unclassified video, sending that out on Truth Social for the world to see that he means business, and we the people support an action like that. This is the president that we voted for, that is peace through strength first, but he has to, when he wants to show the strength, he has to when it comes to these ISIS members that, according to the president on Truth Social, Joe Biden had them in his sights but didn't take care of any business there. These are people that, of course, have killed others and were taken out by the United States. Also, the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, will share updates in the coming days, we're told, on tragic situations, of course, in aviation. from Wednesday night with the American Airlines flight and the Black Hawk helicopter collision. And then also on Friday night, just a couple nights ago, if you watched our live coverage right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the tragic situation of that medevac plane that went down that was on its way from Philadelphia to Branson, Missouri, and onward to the southwest. That went down. And so the Secretary, Sean Duffy, is getting more information for both tragic incidents. And as soon as he gets it, he will release that information. Obviously, a lot of questions still about the first situation with the Black Hawk helicopter and an American Airlines jet right there over the Potomac. Many different theories and questions being asked about it. So hopefully we get to the bottom of that. And I know President Trump said, quote, "We'll get to the bottom of it" in a press conference last week. Speaking of press conferences, of course, we saw Carolyn Levitt with her second press conference this past week, doing an awesome job there. As again, she was saying, if the press is going to lie, she was going to call it out. The administration will call it out. This is no longer a mainstream media world. This is a conservative media world when it comes to the country. We the people, obviously you guys are watching this, and whether there's 5,000 people watching right now or 5 million, we're seeing the growth of the people coming to places like Right Side Broadcasting Network because we're covering it in a common sense angle, and we're just bringing the truth to you. And we're bringing you live feeds like you're going to see in just a bit. So speaking of 5 million, November 5th, the election coverage, we had more than 5 million viewers across all platforms. On Inauguration Day, 6 million plus, and it's only growing. And it's taken several years of trust that you guys have had for the network to see us out there and growing that actual bond with you, the people, as we interviewed many of you outside of rallies throughout the country. So we don't take that lightly. And we know that, as we heard from Bruce Levell earlier, he was saying, well, it depends on what people hear as to where they're going to take maybe their vote or maybe how they'll think and feel about the country, public perception, as you know, right? So the Wall Street Journal getting slammed by President Trump and the team because they're out there trying to say bad things about the president's tariffs against Mexico and Canada. So it's great to have just more common sense happening in conservative media, and there have been a number of great people doing great things on that side, and here we are. All right, so it's 3:40, getting ready for the Secretary of State. As soon as we get that live picture, we'll go there live. Also, let's go to the president speaking about the reason why he put those tariffs out. If you're just joining us, I'm going to share that with you. If you've been with us the whole time, of course, you've heard this statement, but it's good to kind of reiterate this truth from the president. He said in the executive order, "My highest duty is the defense of the country and its citizens. A nation without borders is not a nation at all. I will not stand by and allow our sovereignty to be eroded, our laws to be trampled, our citizens to be endangered, or our borders to be disrespected anymore." We're told the tariffs may increase against Mexico and Canada if they retaliate, which they have done with their tariff situation of 25% against the United States. So that may mean in the coming days, possibly today or tomorrow. You never know. A Truth Social post can come out and there will be more tariffs even on top of the additional 25%. That according to an executive order there. So we also see that the president is talking about the fact that there are drug cartel from Mexico operating north of the border in Canada. The challenge at our southern border are foremost in the public consciousness, but our northern border is not exempt from these issues, according to the EO. Criminal networks are implicated in human trafficking and smuggling operations and enabling unvetted illegal migration across our northern border. We're told there is also a growing presence of Mexican cartels operating fentanyl and nitazene synthesis labs in Canada. So we're seeing that happen there. All right, let's switch gears real quick. Let's thank one of our other sponsors here at the network as we await this live feed from Panama right now. It's 3:41. Let's go to republicanred.com. The golden age right there. A great sparkling wine on the left side of your screen. It has the 47, the 45 and 47, and you can get a discount using the RSBN promo code. There's also the 45, 47 Pinot Noir and others. So if you go to Republican Red Winery, republicanred.com, you'll get a whole slew of options there. So some great tasting options for those of you that are wine connoisseurs or just like to have a sip of wine here and there. So it's RepublicanRed.com. Great sponsor here at the network. And again, these sponsors, without the sponsorships and the great patriots that work at these various places, and you, the viewer, we want to be able to bring you all the live coverage, especially over the inauguration and also on November 5th, the election coverage, and even way into the past, all of the great coverage from the rallies over the years, and then switching back around all the way to the future of all of the various America First stories. So Republican Red Wineries, RepublicanRed.com. Use the discount code RSBN. We actually have a couple bottles here at this station, obviously closed. I would show them to you, but they're way down there. So I'll show them to you next time here at the network. So let's go to a commercial right now as we await the Secretary of State in Panama, Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
All right, welcome back to live coverage. We're receiving word, I believe that we'll be seeing that live footage here soon from Panama as we see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in Panama. We're getting one of the clips from earlier today, so if you're just joining us, we have that clip in just a bit, and we'll be playing that from the U.S. Embassy in Panama City, Panama, in just a few minutes. And back to the point of the national emergency on the southern border and the tariffs against Mexico and Canada and 10% against China. At the end of the day, we're seeing an example of promises made, promises kept. President Trump talked about tariffs. He also talked about the southern border and taking care of business there. He also talked about ICE and the border czar, Tom Homan, taking care of business as well, as ICE has now been uncuffed to be able to go do their job throughout the country. We heard that from the great Tom Homan. It was the signature of his first administration, the whole promises made, promises kept, and we're seeing that come to pass once again, only a couple weeks into the administration, but knowing that we're going to see a great thing happen in this country as long as the 20 core promises are fulfilled, and we're seeing that happen as we speak. So we have to wait a little bit for a number of things. Like, we're looking forward to seeing gas prices go down. We're looking forward to the price of everything go down. Maganomics to be in place. But obviously, we were handed quite a terrible situation. President Trump knows this, and that's why he's been signing executive order after EO in the Oval Office. Let's thank a number of sponsors as we get ready to go live down to Panama there in just a minute. And again, we're going to be going to a replay of Senator Marco Rubio's comments from the U.S. Embassy in Panama City. Also, we'll be seeing the live feed from AES Power Station in Colon, Panama here shortly. And then we'll be seeing a whole tour, aerial tour, a live video feed of the Panama Canal with the Secretary of State in a bit as well. And then possibly seeing Air Force One from Florida in a separate matter, President Trump getting aboard that great plane and flying back to Washington, D.C. So a decent amount of coverage here on this Sunday, February 2nd. All brought to you by various great sponsors, including Colonial Metals Group. Colonial Metals Group, all you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com for more information. You'll get this right here, freegoldguide.com, and you'll get this in the mail. And all you have to do is check it out, because at the end of the day, a 401k or a tax-sheltered IRA backed in gold, definitely a great kind of financial peace of mind type of thing to have. And you'll have that with Colonial Metals Group. So gold and silver, of course, very high value gold and silver. So you can hedge against inflation, but also we know those BRICS nations are trying to devalue the dollar by using their own currencies, their local currencies, instead of the dollar as much. But again, hoping for Maganomics to kick through and come through here quickly. But regardless, still having gold and silver, a great backup plan. So go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. All right, so it's 3:48. You've been watching a lot of live coverage, of course, here at Right Side over the past several weeks and several months, and let's go with several years. Obviously, the campaign trail was quite awesome. The election coverage here that we had crews in Pennsylvania and Florida, and of course here live as we watched those electoral votes come in each time they did. It was quite awesome to say that President Trump won the state of Pennsylvania or Georgia or on and on and on. How about every swing state? Now we see, of course, it was a slower time after the election through the holidays, but still President Trump still working as a president would. And then even now on a weekend, calling this weekend a working weekend. You know, at the end of the day, we're seeing a lot of the executive orders into action at this point. So again, on the southern border with boots on the ground there as they shore up the southern border. All right, so let's look at some of the comments from President Trump on Truth Social when it comes to the tariff lobby headed by the globalist and always wrong Wall Street Journal. He said, is working hard to justify countries like Canada, Mexico, and China, and too many others to name, to continue with the decades-long ripoff of America, both with regard to trade, crime, and poisonous drugs that are allowed to so freely flow into America. Those days are over, the president says. The USA has major deficits with Canada, Mexico, and China, and almost all countries, owes $36 trillion, and we're not going to be the quote-unquote stupid country any longer. Make your product in the USA, and there are no tariffs. Why should the United States lose trillions of dollars in subsidizing other countries? And why should these other countries pay a small fraction of the cost of what USA citizens pay for drugs and pharmaceuticals, as an example? This will be the golden age of America. Will there be some pain? He says with a question mark. Yes, maybe, and in quotes or in parentheses, maybe not. But we will make America great again, and it'll be all worth the price that must be paid. We are a country that is now being run with common sense, and the results will be spectacular. And that's what we saw again in that first administration, and seeing that happening here in the second, even though we're literally less than 20 days in. But you can count on us to cover various events live. You know, one thing you'll get here that you won't get, especially in the lamestream media, is everything in context. You're going to see live reports here that will start from the beginning to the end and not cut in and out, and let other commentators start talking over it, spinning their false narrative over what was just said by President Trump, or in this case, maybe Secretary of State Marco Rubio. There are times where we will interject at various times, but it's going to be based in common sense, as you guys know. So it's great to see that people are choosing the conservative live stream over the mainstream any day of the week. All right, let's go to some of the remarks from earlier with Secretary of State Marco Rubio from Panama. Let's go there now.
Such an honor to welcome you to your Embassy Panama and your embassy team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. Are you guys mad that they made you come on a Sunday? You would rather be, come on, be honest. Huh? Well, I'm happy I got to meet all of you. There might be a future Secretary of State, maybe a future president sitting here in the front row, and right? Anybody want to be president or Secretary of State? You do. Here we go. Who's ready? What's your name? Teo. Teo for president. Well, they're giggling. You got to work on them. They're giggling over here. They're not. You guys are going to vote for Teo? You're going to vote for Teo, right? Unless you're the one running against him, right? Yeah. Well, you guys will figure that out and we'll watch. But this is really why we do it at the end of the day. I mean, if you talk about the work that you guys are doing here, it really is about what the world is going to look like when they're our age, when they're in the positions we're in now, whatever their dreams are. And so I want to start by thanking you with my appreciation. I said this my first day on the job, and I said that of all the agencies out there was none I would rather be in charge of and lead, because we truly have, think about this, we have the greatest diplomatic corps in the history of the world. I don't think the Romans were very good at it. I think we do it better than anyone's ever done it in the world. And protecting not just our interests, and our interests are obviously the national interests of the country and of the United States and the people we represent back home, that you represent back home. But in many ways, it's intertwined with the interests of the countries in which we serve. We've learned over time, the more prosperous, the safer other countries are, the safer and more prosperous it makes us. This is a great example. You referenced the ups and downs of the relationship in a country that was born in many ways here as a result of the interests of the United States, but over time the relationship had its ups and downs, and today it's one of our strongest economic partners, certainly in the hemisphere, and an important catalyst for so much trade and commerce that happens in the United States that affects and impacts so many people, both going out and coming in, and so it's a great place to come visit first. Plus I was told, I said, I want to go to a place, where do you want to go on your first visit? So I want to go to a place that's warm. I want to go to a place where they speak Spanish because, I'm bilingual, so that was a great opportunity. And I want to go to a place where we have this great staff, and then obviously we have great staff everywhere. So you got to go to Panama City. So here we are, and we're happy to be with you guys. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank those who keep us safe, whether it's diplomatic security, obviously our Marines, who do an excellent job, everyone who comes down and supports us and keeps us safe and allows us to do the work we do on a daily basis. I want to thank the extended families. When you serve abroad and in these missions, some of you have been in multiple places where perhaps you're not able to bring your families, but this is one where you can, and this is an incredible experience for them. And I think what's most important, and I always want to point out too, is for a lot of people around the world, maybe a lot of people in Panama, you're the first thing they know about America and how we treat them and how we interact with them. You are the face of the United States. You are the voice of the United States in so many ways, and that is so critical to our country. And everywhere we go in the world, we hear what a positive relationship we have because of that. I also want to thank our locally employed staff. And these are men and women who are from here for work for us. We have any here today? ¿Alguien aquí de Panamá que trabaja con nosotros?
Anyone here from Panama who works with us?
It would be impossible for us to do the work we did without you. Sería imposible trabajar sin.
It would be impossible to work without you.
I've heard there's a rumor, I don't know if this is true, that we have two people. I don't know if they're here today. It's Sunday. I'm sorry to bring you guys on a Sunday. But at least it's not Super Bowl Sunday. So, and there's some people here that I've told have been with us for 50 years. 50 years. Where? Mabel. Camarena. Usted Mabel. 50 años.
You're Mabel? 50 years. 53. 56. I'm only 53 years old.
She was here before I was born. And so, muchísimas gracias por lo que usted.
Thanks very much for what you do, and thank you for everything. Anyone else? Mirta. How many years, Mirta? 53 as well. Did you start the same day? What month did you start here? But you were a girl. You were 4 years old when you started? May? March. I was born in May. Look at that. That's incredible. Thank you. And someone else, Gilberto, 43 years, yesterday.
Oh, there was somebody who had been here 43 years yesterday. I hope he didn't quit. Because I was coming. Either way, just think about that. I mean, think about that relationship and what that means for this post. And you think about 53 years or 56 years, I mean, that is, a lot has happened in those years and the relationship we have with these host countries. So our job is to make your time here as safe and productive as possible. I'm always interested in learning, and about what's going on in the post. We care a lot about the information we get from the ground. We rely on it extensively, not just through cables, but through the input of our employees. And, I used to be in politics, elected politics. We would do town halls, and we would ask people questions and get their input and advice on topics. I would, in the few minutes we have, I would love to get a couple of insights, about anything you have on your mind, but in particular, what we can do to make your time here, or posts generally, more productive and easier for you and for your families as well. So have you guys planned this? Do you have somebody that's ready to ask me or tell me or give me a suggestion? Consider this a public inbox.
At that point, the camera there live was moved to a different position on its way to the next spot where the Secretary of State is headed, and that leads us to where we're going next, to the north of the country there in Colon, Panama. And then we'll be seeing the live feed that you see right there. A beautiful day in Panama right now, blue skies, looking gorgeous. The Secretary of State saying on X recently, he was meeting with the Panamanian president, Jose Raul Molino, and the foreign minister there to make clear that the United States cannot and will not allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue with its effective and growing control over the Panama Canal area. We're also hearing that he discussed efforts to end the hemisphere's mass migration crisis and ensure fair competition for U.S. firms. So a lot getting accomplished there for this first visit for the Secretary of State. President Trump also earlier saying a number of great things about the tariff situation out there on Truth Social. And since it's Sunday, I thought I'd look at some of the Truth Social posts from the one and only Cat Turd. Why not? He said, quote, "Today is Groundhog Day. Kamala Harris just came out from hiding and saw her own shadow. 4 more years of not being president." Cat Turd also saying that President Trump is on fire this morning, talking about other posts that he is putting out there that are really good. A few other things that I just want to read from Cat Turd because they're actually on point, and they usually are. We should cut off all trade with Canada until Justin Trudeau and his communist regime steps down. And let's see what else. I'll be glad to pay more for anything in trade for not having 100,000 fentanyl deaths per year in the United States of America. And in the final post just a few minutes ago from Leading Report, breaking, Canadian dollar falls to lowest level since 2003 following Trump's tariffs. And Cat Turd said, whoops. So that from Cat Turd on Truth Social, just reading those over a little bit. Funny most of the time and serious at other points. Let's go to that serious point about the amount of fentanyl deaths. So from the White House, from the executive order, the specific number is 75,000 per year people that die from fentanyl in this country. And I heard the comparison about the Super Bowl coming up, that there are about 75,000 people will be at the game. So it's about that, a stadium full of people each year. 6 months plus another 6 months. That's all it is, right? 12 months is in a year, right? 75,000 people have lost their lives. I remember in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the mayor there had a press conference on a Saturday, which is not something a mayor does in Harrisburg, PA, on a Saturday. But there were 4 people that died of overdoses, but it was laced with fentanyl. Whatever drug that they were taking was laced with fentanyl. yes, we have to end the drug epidemic too, in a way. I mean, the people that are taking drugs out there, we got to pray for them, be alongside them, point them to Levell Recovery Network, pray for them, be a light to people like that. You know what I mean? So the point is, though, 4 people died. They were doing a drug, a legal drug, but laced with fentanyl, and they're not here anymore. 75,000 people have lost their lives a year now because of this. So that's the point that we're facing right now. And so to his point on Truth Social, he says, I'll pay a little extra and something for right now for this to happen. But at the end of the day, we know that the national emergency on the southern border, and I believe it's on the northern border too, now that I'm seeing the executive order from the White House, from the president, saying that there are drug cartels in Mexico that are in Canada operating as well. So I don't know if that's news to you, but I know I've heard of, we've talked about the northern border here at the network quite a lot too, but did you know that the cartel is actually physically in Canada? Carlos Sands earlier, the former ambassador to Denmark, said that that's also happening in South Africa and other countries. So this is that transnational or trans-international gangs that we're dealing with when it comes to this whole drug operation. President Trump's just trying to clean it up for our nation right here and stopping all the ports of entry throughout the country, AKA the Panama Canal. That's one of, that was created by the United States. And as the president said, foolishly given over to Panama, then Panama gives it over to China. So very serious story happening here as we will be seeing the Secretary of State. Now, this was originally planned for 3:30, this live feed. So we're going to hang together today on this Sunday as we wait for that live feed to see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, visit a power station right there as he may be getting out of that van or around that area. And then we'll go to the tour of the Panama Canal coming up, all live coverage. As you see, the cameras there live in the country of Panama. And then I believe we'll be seeing Air Force One take off from West Palm Beach, the West Palm Beach International Airport, as Trump, I was going to say Trump Force One. That's not what it is anymore right now. It's Air Force One. So we'll be seeing Air Force One on its way to Washington, D.C. So we'll have a live feed, I believe, of that as well. So why don't we go there live? I know we're having a few technical glitches there, but let's go there live and just listen in. If there's a lot of technical glitches, we can come back to me, I guess, for now and figure out what's going on. I think since it's happening so much, we'll stay on this split screen, I guess, until we can figure out the situation there. But as soon as we see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he'll be on that tour there in Panama as he's most likely in that SUV or in one of them pulling up here at any second now, as this is his first trip as Secretary of State to an international country, to Panama. And of course, that video we showed earlier was him meeting with people at the U.S. Embassy in Panama City, Panama. So quite a cool moment there to see the Secretary of State as he and the crew are pulling up there in those various SUVs. You're going to have to bear with the live capabilities there as we go there live in just a second. If it's going to be a little bit jittery like that, I'm just going to have to show it to you as is because that's the feed that we are getting here. But at least it's better than not seeing it, right? So let's go there live right now to Panama in Central America.
Manuel, sí, para hacia adelante. Ya que venga, venga, venga.
Panama and your embassy team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. Are you guys mad that they made you come on a Sunday? You would rather be, come on, be honest. Huh? Well, I'm happy I got to meet all of you. There might be a future Secretary of State, maybe a future president sitting here in the front row, and right? Anybody want to be president or Secretary of State? You do. Here we go. Who's ready? What's your name? Teo. Teo for president. Well, they're giggling. You got to work on them. They're giggling over here. They're not. You guys are going to vote for Teo? You're going to vote for Teo, right? Unless you're the one running against him, right? Yeah. Well, you guys will figure that out and we'll watch. But this is really why we do it at the end of the day. I mean, if you talk about the work that you guys are doing here, it really is about what the world is going to look like when they're our age, when they're in the positions we're in now, whatever their dreams are. And so I want to start by thanking you with my appreciation. I said this my first day on the job, and I said that of all the agencies out there was none I would rather be in charge of and lead, because we truly have, think about this, we have the greatest diplomatic corps in the history of the world. I don't think the Romans were very good at it. I think we do it better than anyone's ever done it in the world. And protecting not just our interests, and our interests are obviously the national interests of the country and of the United States and the people we represent back home, that you represent back home. But in many ways, it's intertwined with the interests of the countries in which we serve. We've learned over time, the more prosperous, the safer other countries are, the safer and more prosperous it makes us. This is a great example. You referenced the ups and downs of the relationship in a country that was born in many ways here as a result of the interests of the United States, but over time the relationship had its ups and downs, and today it's one of our strongest economic partners, certainly in the hemisphere, and an important catalyst for so much trade and commerce that happens in the United States that affects and impacts so many people, both going out and coming in, and so it's a great place to come visit first. Plus I was told, I said, I want to go to a place, where do you want to go on your first visit? So I want to go to a place that's warm. I want to go to a place where they speak Spanish because, I'm bilingual, so that was a great opportunity. And I want to go to a place where we have this great staff, and then obviously we have great staff everywhere. So you got to go to Panama City. So here we are, and we're happy to be with you guys. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank those who keep us safe, whether it's diplomatic security, obviously our Marines, who do an excellent job, everyone who comes down and supports us and keeps us safe and allows us to do the work we do on a daily basis. I want to thank the extended families. When you serve abroad and in these missions, some of you have been in multiple places where perhaps you're not able to bring your families, but this is one where you can, and this is an incredible experience for them. And And I think what's most important, and I always want to point out too, is for a lot of people around the world, maybe a lot of people in Panama, you're the first thing they know about America and how we treat them and how we interact with them. You are the face of the United States. You are the voice of the United States in so many ways, and that is so critical to our country. And everywhere we go in the world, we hear what a positive relationship we have because of that. I also want to thank our locally employed staff. These are men and women who are from here for work for us. We have any here today? ¿Alguien aquí de Panamá que trabaja con nosotros?
Anyone here from Panama who works with us?
It would be impossible for us to do the work we did without you. Sería imposible trabajar sin.
It would be impossible to work without you.
But I've heard there's a rumor, I don't know if this is true, that we have two people. I don't know if they're here today. It's Sunday. I'm sorry to bring you guys on a Sunday. But at least it's not Super Bowl Sunday. So, and there's some people here that I've told have been with us for 50 years. 50 years.
There.
Where? Mabel. Camarena. Usted es Mabel. 50 años.
You're Mabel? 50 years. 53. 56. I'm only 53 years old.
You know, she was here before I was born. And so, muchísimas gracias por lo que usted.
Thanks very much for what you do, and thank you for everything. Anyone else? Mirta. How many years, Mirta? 53 as well. Did you start the same day? What month did you start here? But you were a girl. You were 4 years old when you started? May? March. I was born in May. Look at that. That's incredible. Thank you. And someone else, Gilberto, 43 years, yesterday.
Oh, there was somebody who had been here 43 years yesterday. I hope he didn't quit. Because I was coming. Either way, just think about that. I mean, think about that relationship and what that means for this post. And you think about 53 years or 56 years. I mean, that is, a lot has happened in those years and the relationship we have with these host countries. So our job is to make your time here as safe and productive as possible. I'm always interested in learning, and about what's going on in the post. We care a lot about the information we get from the ground. We rely on it extensively, not just through cables, but through the input of our employees. And, I used to be in politics, elected politics. We would do town halls, and we would ask people questions and get their input and advice on topics. I would, in the few minutes we have, I would love to get a couple of insights, about anything you have on your mind, but in particular, what we can do to make your time here, or posts generally, more productive and easier for you and for your families as well. So have you guys planned this? Do you have somebody that's ready to ask me or tell me or give me a suggestion? Consider this a public inbox.
right, so it's 4:24 Eastern time. As you saw, some of the technical glitch there with the live feed, but still able to see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in Panama, of course, as he's now headed to that Panama Canal tour, which will be quite great to see. I think that we're hearing that this will be an aerial tour as well, similar to some of that coverage from Southern California just the other day when President Trump was on the ground there in Pacific Palisades. There was a tour of the terrible damage there in Southern California. Great that President Trump is getting things taken care of with that whole terrible situation. As you're looking at a photo, of course, back in Panama, at the Panama Canal there, as we get ready to go to the Secretary of State. We'll be joined in just a minute by Bruce Levell, of course, a good friend of President Trump, but also straight up MAGA patriot. So it'll be great to hear his take on today in Panama, but also the tariffs and all the situation that's out there. As it's 4:25 Eastern time, we talked about Republican Red Winery earlier. I said that the bottles were right next to me here. Well, they were on the floor, but thanks to one of our great crew, here they are. This is the 45 to 47, the Golden Age of America. This is a sparkling wine. If you go to republicanred.com, you can use that discount code that you see on your screen there, RSBN. You can get more information on that one. And then we also have the Pinot Noir. This is the 45 to 47 Republican Red Special Edition. So whether you actually have a sip of this or not, still having one of these, kind of a cool collector's item. You can see that at republicanred.com, and go ahead and use that RSPN discount code for more information. A great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so it's the bottom of the hour, getting ready to see the tour there. Quite interesting to see it, to be honest, because we know that, over the years there have been times where you see various videos about documentaries and that kind of thing. But now we'll be able to see something live of what it looks like right now. Kind of cool to see that. It's 4:26. Let's go to Bruce Levell in Atlanta, Georgia. Bruce, thank you so much for joining us. I see that the jogging is over. A beautiful day out there, and now you got the great suit on there in the studio. How you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Matt. Thanks.
Definitely. All right, so we see that the Secretary of State's in Panama there today. Let's talk about the whole drug trafficking, human trafficking, the Chinese control of that great piece of land that we need to have in that waterway for various reasons. But can you also, because of I know you're a businessman, can you talk to us about the whole U.S. trade situation with protecting our interests?
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me, Matt. Well, listen, Panama Canal, we were raised with it. Jimmy Carter, of course, gave it away. But here's something that's very key, and I want to put emphasis on this. I'm very privileged to travel all over the Caribbean, South America, and many other, countries across the country. And I have to say how much, and I'm very, shocked on how much influence China has. For example, let's take the Caribbean. I was in Barbados not too long ago, and they built a new airport. A year before that, I was in Antigua. The Chinese built a new airport. They're building many airports around Africa, the Caribbean, across the across the country, the globe, as you might say. And also, too, there's a key point here on the Panama Canal that I think a lot of people forget, is that there was a contractual agreement many years ago that it's kind of people try to say it's kind of a gray area, but it's very clear on if we feel there's imminent threat for national security where the U.S. has the right to come in and impose in bringing back pretty much the agreement into protecting the interests, obviously, of the U.S., not to mention Panama. The thing that troubles me the most is where the technology is with China. Their surveillance systems, their buildings that they have, the cranes that they have around there, et cetera, as it relates to what type of communications that they can gather and information, obviously, that, is part of a strategic, place that we use commerce as well as military to go through there. And we all know our history, how the reason why it was put there in 1914 when U.S. took it in 1904 was how quick that we can move boats and ships through without going all the way around the continent. So, and it still hasn't changed. So it's very critical. And listen, we can go on as it relates to the Chinese influence, like I mentioned earlier. I mean, heck, in Jamaica, I forgot about that. A couple of years ago, they built a highway from Ocho Rios all the way to Kingston, and they funded it. So, and then key airports, et cetera. So I think this is a great move for President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio going down there and say, listen, guys, we need to go back to the drawing board on this. We're not going to conquer or anything like that. We're just going to make sure that we're very strategic and that we have total control, which we did, and put all the money, as President Trump's like to say, we put the skin in the game building this. So I think it's only fair that we come back and look at this from a national interest.
Exactly. So the national security and also for our economy as well. Breaking news from Leading Report, Canadian dollar falls to lowest level since 2003 following Trump's tariffs. Here we go.
Yeah, I actually just put that on X. I knew this was going to happen. I said it earlier in the segment. I said, listen, it's only going to get worse. Canada totally relies on the U.S. And, when President Trump, a lot of people laugh, says it should be the 51st state, let's look at that. Let's look at, like anything else from a strategic. And listen, just because we've done it this way so long, it doesn't mean that it still works. So it might be time to take a look at something else that could be a win-win for all. And I think, like I said, this is not going to play out well. It's only going to get worse. It is going to affect the consumer confidence. And like I said, we can weigh this out more because once our oil refineries get up and going and we once again become energy independent, it's going to be extremely rough on Canada as itself. And remember, a lot of people forget that the U.S., we're a self-supportive continent, nation. We really are. And I know that a lot of people like to buy cheap goods and things like that. And, a lot of things are produced in China and many other places that people like to click online and purchase. But it's not a real hardcore necessity to a degree. And that's why I believe a lot of these folks, as Canada as well as Mexico and China, are going to come to the table and once again cry uncle and say, okay, well, let's work a deal. Because President Trump is very serious about this, and extremely serious. And they should know better and try to come to an agreement instead of trying to push back and say, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Not going to work.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we're seeing right now. Are you surprised, Bruce, that in the executive order, when it comes to the national emergency for the southern border and the tariff situation, that there are Mexican drug cartels operating in actually Canada physically? So Mexican drug cartels in Canada. I mean, am I missing something there? I didn't know it was that. It was like that.
I mean, let's just be honest with this. I mean, look at our borders. We're from all the way from Oregon, Alaska, all the way down the coast, all the way down California, Baja, all the way back around through the Gulf of America, back through, Florida's coast, back up through, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, all the way up to Maine, New York, et cetera, back up around to other parts of Canada and the northern border, across the Canadian border. Listen, we're vulnerable from all different angles. I know the strong emphasis is because we see very strong visual caravans coming through the southern border. But I mean, let's just look how vast our borders really are in terms of trying to protect them. So strategically and economically, if you want to use that term, the people who want to do us harm are looking at those particular areas where, and I mean, come on, some of the viewers, have ever been up to Canadian border? It's totally different crossing from the U.S. over to Canada than it is in the southern border. And there's thousands of miles of border, which is almost, I don't want to use the word impossible, it's very hard to cover every inch of that northern border. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that, and also with Canada's liberal views on policing and all the things that they're going through from their society being controlled by woke leadership. So that in itself is a recipe for disaster with its own nation, which has caused a user-friendly, if you use that term, for gangs and cartels that say, well, this is easy. We just come up here and do business up here, because they're not serious about crime.
This is probably more of a question for Secretary of State Marco Rubio once he returns from a trip like this. But Bruce, your thoughts on if everything goes well with the Panamanian president and there is either a deal or however it happens that we get control back to the Panama Canal. Any idea? Do you think that's going to happen just like that, or is this years in the making? Any idea?
No, I think it's going to be very expedient. Listen, President Trump's very, and that's what I always like to say. It's really good, easy to serve under a real leader. It truly is, man. And that's refreshing that he's going to keep his word. He's going to look at the safety and security of the United States and looking how strategic, once again, that canal is as it relates to, once again, from economic standpoint, but mainly from a security standpoint. So I look to see this deal getting done. Listen, U.S. is very heavily weighted in Panama. A lot of friends there. I know a lot of viewers have friends and family members that live there. We have a base there. We're very, very enriched in U.S. Influence in Panama. We're great neighbors and friends, if you want to use that term. A lot of Panamanians live in the U.S. So I look for this to go very well. And like I said, very quickly. It's going to go down. And they know it. So it's just a matter of, I guess if you want to use this term, Matt, how the leaders in Panama want to save face, just like the Canadian leaders, just like the Mexican leaders are trying to save some level of face by President Trump being very clear and concise about what he wants to do for the nation of the United States.
Speaking of our country, what would you like to say to we the people that are watching this, people that watch it live or on replay? It's all over the place right now, Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, and on. What would you like to say to the people?
Well, listen, I get this a lot. I've known President Trump since 1991 in Atlanta. He's very passionately serious about the country. He's given up a lot. Obviously, you've seen what he's been through with his family, his friends, many of us that have jumped out here on this great movement and lost so-called friends. If we use that term, we've lost businesses. I've lost a lot of business myself. Many others have sacrificed. But, when we think about, and this is for everyone watching this, think about your children's children. What does America look like to you 20 years from now? What does it look like to you 30, 50 years from now? And look very closely and hold your child, your baby, your grandchild very closely and ask that question and say, where do you think that would be? And if there's a lot of confusion and stress and doubt, I say, listen, get involved. And I said this before, man, on your great show. All elections happen and everything that affects you locally. Know your city council, know your mayor, know your school board member, your state rep, your state senate, your school board member, not to mention your solicitor. You know how devastating that can be when you get a bad DA like Fonnie Willis here in Fulton County. Pay very close attention and inspire and encourage the America First neighbor to serve. That's what this is about. We're all serving. We're all leaving our businesses or taking as President Trump has and many others, like you see our cabinet members are taking a tremendous sacrifice. This is you. This is all of us together. It's not them. It's not those guys over there. It's us. It's we. And that's why if you notice President Trump, when he speaks, he says we, us, we and us, we the people. That's who we are. So that's what my words to your great viewers here. And once again, ask that question. What does America look like? What is it going to look like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years?
That's a great insight, great perspective there. Before I let you go, Bruce, your thoughts on Kash Patel, Pam Bondi. They should be the next FBI director and the top of the DOJ, obviously. But do you think it's really going to happen?
Yeah, I think it's going to happen. I know Pam in Florida. Pam's a great person. She was Attorney General of Florida. I have dual residence. I have a lot of friends in Florida. Very honest. And listen, this is what I've always told people in leadership. You're not looking for the best speaker or who looks the best or talks the best or looks great. We just want a good, solid, honest person to call it like it is. Yes, that's all. For Kash Patel, he said, listen, we're going to get these guys out here and be cops. Go out here and let's go get some bad guys. He wants to take the weaponization, just like Pam Bondi, take the political weaponization out of our republic. Like Rudy said right here, Matt, on these courthouse steps in Fulton County, when he says, if you allow this to go on, this pendulum, it swings. And one day it's going to swing back your way, and you're going to wish that you would have spoke up and said, you know what, I may not agree with this person because he or she's Republican, or with President Trump or Biden or whoever it is, but right is right, wrong is wrong. Because if you stand and you watch, and all the viewers very carefully, and you sit back and you do nothing, ladies and gentlemen, you are just as guilty.
The common sense leadership from President Trump. It's the people's president, and it's great that he won the White House. I mean, what a trek that was, huh, on the campaign trail.
Yeah. Well, listen, like I said, the whole goal is to inspire, just like a lot of your great viewers here, if you're watching this. Like I said, look around the county commission seat in your area and see if it's compromised. Look at your school board and see if you can serve. This is what this is about. This is not about him saying, well, I just want to be president and no, this is for all of us. This is why they call it the train, the Trump train, the train to get on, the train that keeps going, that wants to serve and to inspire and to encourage more than anything. And so that's really what this is about. So this is great history here for a lot of us that are living this. This is a living, breathing reformation that's taking place in this great nation and this world for that matter. So, buckle up, stay tuned. Obviously, keep God first. That's the only thing that's going to keep us going, and stay prayed up and everything's going to be all right. I think there's a song with that too.
Exactly. That'd be perfect. Bruce Levell, Atlanta businessman, a friend of President Trump, senior advisor as well. Sir, thank you again for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. God bless.
God bless you. All right, so Bruce Levell there joining us once again on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Always great to speak with Bruce and see him out at various rallies and over the campaign trail as well. As we're getting ready here for the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to take a tour over the Panama Canal here shortly. We'll have that live video as a photo, of course, of the Secretary of State as he is spending the day on this Sunday, February 2nd, Groundhog's Day, of course, in Panama. So looking forward to seeing that tour. And also, if we have the live feed of the president going from Florida to D.C., boarding Air Force One. Not sure if we'll have that feed or not. If they let me know, I'll let you know. But I do know this, that we're glad that you are here with us. And we are told from the producer that not yet, so meaning that we don't see the feed yet. So as soon as we do, we'll show you that as well. In conjunction with the situation in Panama as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, does that tour there. Also, Carlos Sands will join us once again here at the network and talk over just some of the commentary with us here and talking about the tour of the Panama Canal there, and also, of course, the week ahead. I mean, this is going to be the third week of President Trump's administration, and the pens that he's been using. To be honest, I wouldn't mind having one of those, because the executive orders are such a powerful thing that the commander-in-chief and the executive branch of our country has that ability to do, sign those executive orders, get things done. And if you noticed, all of them are really good things for the American people. They're great things for America, sticking to the signature of what the first administration was all about. It was about promises made, promises kept. Well, we're seeing the same signature of that carry into the second administration. And, I know that for some of us, it's still very difficult time, because the past 4 years was atrocious in so many ways and on so many fronts. In some ways, it was traumatic for many people. It was a very tough 4 years, but we made it through. And with God, all things are possible, through our grit, through our patriotic spirit. And now we've got a guy named Donald J. Trump who pretty much is Teflon Don, right? So he gets the job done. But not only President Trump, we see people like the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. We see Kash Patel and Pam Bondi getting through the Senate confirmation process, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and others throughout the entire system there, a system that is based on common sense and the Constitution. That's all we want here as we the people, and that's what we're getting, and we wanted to see more of that as we move forward to see our country made great again, but not only that, safer and wealthier, and on and on and on. The freedoms of our Constitution, the constitutional rights that we have in this nation. So A lot going on, and we'll cover it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name's Matthew Alvarez. For those of you who like to follow on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez or at RSBN, of course. 1.5 million, million and a half followers on Truth Social right now for this great network, and 10 years of work for we the people and for pro-free speech ways of life, right, of the Constitution. So we'll be celebrating 10 years in existence this coming summer. So it's quite awesome to see that. I've been a part of the network since September of 2022. And it's been great to talk to some of you out there at some of the rallies. And of course, our host, Robert McNeely, as well, and Christina Loren, Megan Kohler, and others, been able to just give you the floor and let you talk at all the rallies, And it's what's great about President Trump as well. At the RNC, you remember over the summer, it was about everyday America and the everyday Americans that were on stage there. It wasn't about just a person that's famous. And if somebody's famous, like Dana White, he's great. UFC, CEO, a real dude that's awesome for our country, real and authentic. Okay, cool. We know who Dana White is. But if you don't know who X, Y, and Z citizen is, it doesn't matter because it's all we the people. And we're all in it together for our country to continue to be free and continue to be great. Through the leadership of our great president. So that's what we're looking to see happen. And this isn't forced. I'm not being forced to say these kind of things, right? You might have that in other nations, maybe in China, maybe in North Korea, where journalists are forced by the state to say certain things. I'm not being forced. None of us are here at the network. Freedom of speech. We happen to believe, like many of you do, we just love our country, and we want our country to be great again, and we want to have freedom of religion, and we want to have our freedom of speech. So anyway, all right, seeing that cargo ship there on the right. So we're going to be getting that tour of the Panama Canal here shortly, which will be awesome. I love the live video when it comes to aerial tours. It's just a cool aspect. If you think about it, years ago in TV news or in broadcast journalism, you couldn't get that kind of vantage point because you can't have a microwave TV truck up in the airplane. You can't have really a satellite truck up there either. But now we've got these systems that are cellular based and Wi-Fi based and are able to show you things that really never has ever been seen before. It's pretty awesome stuff. We've got a lot of that equipment here at the network as well, and that's how we're able to show you all those live events and rallies over the years. So it's just pretty cool stuff. All right, so again, you can get America First updates. You can go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for that. A lot of great information on those emails. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. And text RSBN to 801-801. It's obviously for everything that you see going on when it comes to our live feeds and everything that we have here at the network and as we move forward. Obviously, it's a free channel to watch, as you guys see on streaming right now, wherever you're watching. Hello to you on X right now, Facebook. Hello on YouTube. And, of course, hello on the app or the website. And the great Rumble, our preferred spot, too. Rumble, always a great spot to watch. And that's where a lot of views come in, is through Rumble. So we're thankful for all of that. But if you have a few extra bucks, text RSBN to 801-801 as you put your money. This is investing literally into us being able to give you even more and more of the common sense coverage that we have here. I'm not reading any of this from a teleprompter. So it's just as we get ready for more coverage, especially coming up this week from the White House. And if there are any press conferences at the Pentagon or any kind of news that breaks here at Right Side, we'll have it here covered. Robert McNeely will be back in the studio with me tomorrow as we continue our coverage through the week and into the future. Obviously, the live look there at the beautiful 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House. President Trump will be headed back tonight. We will have a live feed, I'm told, of Air Force One from West Palm Beach. We'll be taking off and headed to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. And then he'll be taking the motorcade, actually, not the motorcade, the Marine One from the airport in Maryland over to the South Lawn. So again, thanks again for joining us on Right Side. It's 4:48, getting ready slowly for this tour in Panama for the Panama Canal. It's all live, as you see right there, Air Force One. That is in Florida right now. That should be the West Palm Beach Airport. Always great to see Air Force One, and I know there's a number of Air Force One planes, right? There's a smaller plane, and this is obviously the large one. This is one that I believe goes overseas. So President Trump flying the big one home there. Pretty cool to see that. Of course, those of you that were watching all those rallies, Trump Force One doing flybys, how awesome. And I've told this story before, but I covered one back in 2020 working for a local affiliate, and he flew in on Marine One when he was president, or in 2019. It was 2020 before the election. And so he flies in with the music playing. It was in Pennsylvania. It was just an awesome moment. So it's just cool to see all of the aviation, that's out there. So we see again the Air Force One feed. So we're going to go from Florida then down to Panama, especially if we get a live feed there, so we can show you a few vantage points as we are a live desk here, as we are RSBN Live, carrying various stories as we get it. And if any news breaks, we'll bring that to you as well. Unfortunately, the other night, we had some breaking news, but it was a very sad event, of course, with the Philadelphia plane crash, a small plane there that went down. But again, more answers from the Department of Transportation coming up with Sean Duffy. He said there will be in the coming days regarding some of those events as we are looking live there in Florida at that Great Plains. So I'm sure we'll get a closer vantage point as the president would pull up to the plane there. Again, a lot of news happening around the country and even globally when it comes to events that affect the United States and also actions that were taken by the United States, including just the other day, President Trump, of course, saying, I think it was just yesterday, he said that there was that surgical strike in Somalia against ISIS. So that taking care of business on that front. And then from there, of course, it's peace through strength. President Trump doesn't want to start any new wars. He's said it several times. So we're hoping to see the Ukraine-Russian conflict stop. And of course, the hostage release recently with Rick Grinnell. I believe that was a number of people, 6 people. A great photo there, smiling faces of people being, the hostages being set free. So we look forward to seeing more of that. And we'll cover it here as we get it at the network. About 9 minutes away from the top of the hour. So this is kind of the way it'll go for the rest of the broadcast. We're going to see President Trump board Air Force One, take off and fly to D.C. And then we'll also see a tour, I believe an aerial tour of the Panama Canal, where we will shift our coverage to that as well, as we'll see the Secretary of State Marco Rubio with that tour. I believe we'll also have Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute, a former ambassador to Denmark under President Trump's first administration, will rejoin us here on this live coverage and take part in some of the commentary as we await various live events to unfold. And that's what we'll do here in just a few minutes. Let's go back to one thing, though, as we are looking at the plane there. Speaking of President Trump, on January 20th, obviously just a little bit more than 2 weeks ago, and talking about the Panama Canal, he said, President William McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States spent more money than ever on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. Can you believe that? That's insane. I cannot believe it. We have been treated, the president saying on January 20th when he was doing the inaugural address, he said, we have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal. And we didn't give it to China, the president says. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. That was said on January 20th inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, soon after President Trump was sworn in as the 47th Commander-in-Chief. So we see he's serious about taking care of business in all sections of life, which is great because it's for we the people. And that's when it comes down to it, it's that common sense that we're looking for. All right, so other than that, again, President Trump, of course, as you guys know, issued those tariffs on 3 nations, Mexico, Canada, and China. The president saying, quote, "My highest duty is the defense of the country and its citizens. A nation without borders is not a nation at all. I will not stand by and allow our sovereignty to be eroded, our laws to be trampled, our citizens to be endangered, or our borders to be disrespected anymore." So again, as we get ready for Carla Sands, who will be joining us live any minute from now. And Carla, I see you on the screen there. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to be talking about the Air Force One there on the left side of the screen. Carla Sands joins us live right now. Carla, first of all, let's just talk about that beautiful plane there. He's going to take off from Florida back to D.C., but he called it a working weekend. I don't think he ever stops working, does he?
He doesn't. I'll tell you a great story. When he was at my home, this is back in 2016, my young nephew was there. He's now a high school senior, but then, it was years ago. And he said to him, he introduced him at the meeting at my house. And then he said, do you want to do well? And he's like a little boy nodding. Yes, I do. He goes, then never take a day off. Work every day. Work every day. Now, it's nice to have a day of rest, but like Elon Musk was tweeting today, it's a, kind of a ninja power to work 7 days a week. It doesn't mean you're not going to take time and go to church and worship. But if you're doing something to advance your effort, remember, we're not working like the ancient people did, most of us, with our bodies and, in a brutal way. We have so many modern conveniences now. Most of this didn't exist, especially not for working people. Working people today live so well compared to our ancestors 2,000 years ago. So he said, work every day and work hard and you will be successful. And you always want to tell young people that, always persist, never give up on your dream, keep working forward.
And that's exactly right. Beautifully said, Carla, because that was the motto of the Madison Square Garden huge rally he had, to dream big again, And that's what we have the opportunity to do, that as long as the government is not in our face at every second of the day, which would be more of a controlling big government. So we're looking at less government with President Trump, and we're looking at someone that just wants to get the country back and up and running. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, exactly. He's getting the U.S. government back to its core mission. And what is its mission? To keep you safe and to make sure we have roads that work and bridges that don't fall down. The infrastructure and the security of our people, that's the job of the government. There's no constitutional right for a lot of the crazy stuff that we've been funding. And if anyone is following DOGE, D-O-G-E, Department of Government Efficiency, that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy set up several months ago, you can follow them on X or Twitter, and you can see what they're uncovering. And what they're uncovering is there billions and billions of dollars that they are defunding. Now, this is not congressional funding. This is just things they're able to stop funding that are against the interests and the good for the American people. And I think he said it's $4 or $5 billion a day that they're literally being able to axe.
Wow, that's something. That's what we need. We need our economy to be made great again as well, moving forward, as we see the live picture there again from Air Force One. Carla Sands joining us right now. Thanks again for joining us on the network. We saw just 2 weeks ago, it was January 20th, and now here we are, less than 2.5 weeks into the presidency, and we see so much happening. President Trump said it straight up. He said, this is going to be done at historic speed and using strength. And that's exactly what we're seeing, isn't it?
It is. Do you ever hear the saying, there are years when a week happens and there are weeks when a year happens? It kind of feels like, even though it's just 2 weeks ago, it feels like no time at all. It feels like years have happened just to the good for the American people with more opportunity, more security. I mean, I think everyone on both sides of the aisle have to be feeling it. And one thing I will say about the employment situation is I hope if you have a young man in your life, you'll encourage him to go out and get a job. This is the time for those young men that have been feeling sidelined, marginalized. Maybe they felt like they dropped out. This is their time to get out there and seize the opportunity of a good economy and more jobs that need to be filled than we have employees to fill them. So this is their moment.
And to your point earlier about President Trump and how he works every day, he, as you said, I mean, there's time for a time off. Obviously, President Trump plays golf and that kind of thing, and that's just great, and loves his music, as do we, and we love the music he plays at the various rallies and events, and it had quite a few awesome moments over time there. But still, he also said something in a speech about depression. He said, if you want to stay out of that, just work your ass off, basically. Just keep working. Don't get into this other whole mindset of things. Just keep going. And I think that's what is really inspiring for the country and for the world that, is trying to be free, is don't quit. Keep going, right?
It's true. So this weekend when he was at his beautiful Mar-a-Lago club, he was being the DJ. So he was literally playing the music he loves. And clearly the members love it too. Otherwise they wouldn't be members. But, when you talk about, this, all of this, working hard and not being depressed, now some people do need medication to help them. But how many of those people wouldn't need medication if they got outside in the sun and they took a walk and they started to move their body and, like you just said, worked hard and especially did something for other people? There's something about doing work for others that gives to others that is so healing to our human spirit and our mind. So there's a lot of ways, I think, to address these issues. Now, some people absolutely need medical intervention, but it's far fewer than are actually using medical intervention in America today. We are further than any other country in the world using drugs and medical intervention because of depression, like you just said. So working, sunshine, movement, doing something for others, having a heart of gratitude, just writing down things you're grateful for every day. All those are wonderful, things that people can do, and they could really make a difference.
100%. And it's always good to have a Make America Great Again theme and motto for the country. So overall, the psyche of America is more positive when it comes to that. When you drive around, and when it was under Biden, you think, man, I cannot believe he's the leader of this country. How did that happen? Well, we know what happened in 2020. That's how it happened. But the point is, now we know President Trump's in office. Things are looking more positive. And also on our faith as well. Press into your faith. Press into getting to know God more and the Bible, that kind of thing. But outside of all that, man, it's about, dreaming big again, to your point. Dream big again and be able to create and do what we have done as Americans for decades in industries all around, from the airplane, to the automobile, right? There's so many things we can do.
It's true. I mean, people of faith have absolutely less depression and mental illness. That is a known fact from just, sampling the population. But you can see, like, someone like President Trump being in charge of the country, or an America First governor or mayor, versus a left-leaning or Democrat governor or mayor. If you look at the difference in the quality of life for the residents, it's amazing how a lot of those left-led cities and states are really falling apart. If you go to somewhere like California, you go to Los Angeles or San Francisco, if you go to Texas and you look at the difference, or Florida, states that are governed well tend to be just better run. The citizens are happier. People move there. You look at the statistics, people are leaving states like California, New York, Pennsylvania, I think New Jersey, Illinois. Those might be the top 5 states where people are fleeing because of left-leaning leadership. And then you look at the states that are growing the fastest, like Texas, Florida, the Republican-led states. And that's a really telling tale about what President Trump is doing for our country. And then you can exponentially see how he's also, I would say, encouraging conservative thought and movement across the world, because our allies and neighbors in Europe, the UK as well, Canada even, have been really moving quickly to the left over the last few decades, and in such that their economies are in trouble and they have uncontrolled immigration and then these limitations on free speech. So hopefully there will be a course correction that he leads in the world.
And hopefully California, New York, Illinois, New Jersey, Pennsylvania can be made great again. And also, instead of the leftist policies with most of those states there, it'd be great to see that turned around there. We're seeing some movement in West Palm Beach right now, Carla, as Air Force One, the plane there is sitting. Of course, it's not called Air Force One until actually the president's on board, so it's kind of just what we call it at this point. But it looks like we may be seeing a motorcade pulling up there too. But back to your point about the conservative thought and movement, not only in this country but around the world. Let's talk about the importance of a true narrative versus the lies that everyone wants you to think. And that actually, if you get brainwashed, then you start believing that, then you start voting in that area, which is more about the dominance and control and all the Marxist junk that's out there, right?
That's right. That's the misinformation and disinformation that the left is always talking about. And it's present. Actually, our government was funding it as a war on our own free speech, or getting foreign governments to actually do it in the United States. So it was really perverse what was happening. And it's happening on our college campuses across the country. In fact, I'll be talking to the conservatives. Believe it or not, there are conservatives at Harvard, to the conservatives at Harvard this week, along with Steve Bannon and others, because Harvard has a small nucleus of conservative students, and they want free speech, and they've been really struggling with the administration there, even to distribute their newspapers that had stories that are conservative. There were people that didn't want any Harvard student to be able to read conservative stories, because many young people have never even heard the conservative story. If they're watching, mainstream television or listening to mainstream media, you don't hear about the success and the goodness of, for instance, our constitutional rights, like the First Amendment. Many students in America don't even know about the Constitution. They're no longer learning how government works or how to make a bill. It's really a shame, and I know that this will be righted under the Trump administration.
Exactly right, and we look forward to seeing that. Carla Sands, thank you again for joining us. We're going to take the Air Force One live feed in full, kind of just listen in there, and then we'll see when the Panama Canal tour happens. And if you're able to stand by, I'll just communicate with you offline here in just a second. But let's go live there to Air Force One in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Well, I'm like watching this guy over here, and he's in the middle of the taxiway, just stopped because it's a freeze. Yeah. These guys are like, maybe if we just get him ready, and just edge him out just a little.
Here we go. Wait, what happened to the sound? Quite the moment there, seeing Air Force One lift off from West Palm Beach, Florida, on the way back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The plane, of course, will land at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. Then Marine One will take the president to the White House. And if you could have heard the music that some of our crew was playing in the background here, saying they wish that there was some Top Gun music playing, AKA from the rally, of course, when they would play that awesome music as Trump Force One would fly by. Kind of a cool moment. One of the production staff actually did play some Top Gun music in my ear while we were seeing the plane on the tarmac. Just a cool moment. It's what I love about this presidency. It's just one great moment after another, but also very serious things to take care of course, in this country. All right, so President Trump heading back to that building right there in Washington, D.C. As I saw some of the comments on YouTube and Rumble, I saw people saying, well, he had a good time in Florida to get things done there. Now he's back to the swamp. And what we're hoping to see is the swamp being drained. We don't want it to be the swamp anymore. I guess it's one vote at a time. And when it comes to primarying who needs to be primaried and voting for who needs to be voted on for Make America Great Again candidates, AKA Eli Crane out of Arizona and others. So hopefully we don't call it a swamp anymore, and hopefully that happens soon. All right, so it's 5:19 p.m. Let's shift now from the domestic situation to an international one, back down to Panama, as we get ready to see a live feed there from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who will be doing a tour of a portion of the Panama Canal as well. They're going to tour an area called the Miraflores Locks at the Panama Canal. The locks of the Panama Canal were built by the United States, of course, and completed in 1914. There are one of the 3 lock systems that form part of the Panama Canal. The locks closest to Panama City. So at the Miraflores locks, these are vessels are either lifted or lowered into 2 stages. So it's pretty interesting to see how everything's done there at the canal. So we'll see some of that live footage here as soon as we get that feed, as that will be wrapping up our coverage after we see that live tour of the Panama Canal. As it's 5:20, you see some video right there coming to us from the Central America region, and you see Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, on the left side of your screen. Of course, the White House in the bottom right, as we just saw Air Force One lifting off and on the way back to Washington. Why don't we do this? Let's go there live to Panama right now.
You good, Mark? Good, Mark? Secretary of State visiting any country, kind of a big deal. First of all, we've never had an American Secretary of State flew along Spain. I'm expecting he's going to come back to Florida. often, Miami. What's your phone
Where's the tripod?
Mark, he's gonna...
The tripod and the cameraman getting everything organized for the next vantage point. So I believe we could probably go back to that in just a second as they focus in on the area there of the Panama Canal. And you saw the Secretary of State walk into that building there. Again, this is near the Miraflores Visitor Center, directly adjacent to the Miraflores Locks. And it welcomes tourists for a tour of the canal. The Panama Canal tour takes place alongside the original Panama X lane with views of the original control tower, inaugurated in August of 1914. And also just more specifics about that. The United States is the largest user of the canal with over 72% of total transits. But still, at the end of the day, of course, China with their hands all over this Panama Canal, and also cleaning up the situation there is what we want to see done, according to the president. And of course, now seeing the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, there live right now. So this is live, 5:24 p.m. Eastern Time. I believe it is the same time in Panama as Eastern Time Zone. I'll double check that, but we'll be seeing him hopefully when he comes out of that building and on his way to tour the canal. I don't think that the Panama Canal tour is just going to be boots on the ground and just looking at it. I think that there's an aerial tour as well. Producer, if we can confirm that. I do believe we saw that earlier, that this will be a flying tour, and we'll have a live visual of that, and we'll bring that to you as we get it. So again, live picture there. And if you'd like to get those America First updates and exclusive offers, you see that website on the screen, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. All right, so 5:25, looking at the bottom of the hour here on this Sunday, February 2nd. Of course, those of you that watched this morning in Pennsylvania, of course, Punxsutawney Phil. They're seeing a shadow, 6 more weeks of winter, according to the groundhog in Pennsylvania. So quite the show and quite the display there across the country, and in some cases around the world, people like to watch various coverage like that. All right, it is about to sneeze, hope not. Ooh, that one was close. It's 4 minutes until 5:30, and we don't believe that this is the actual tour situation for the Panama Canal. So we'll be going to that as soon as we get it. So producers, just we'll roll with this together. That's live television, and we'll do that as a team here. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio on X said earlier that he met with the Panamanian president, Jose Raul Mulino, and the foreign minister to make clear that the United States cannot and will not allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue with its effective and growing control over the Panama Canal area. We also discussed efforts to end the hemisphere's mass migration crisis and ensure fair competition for U.S. firms. You can see that huge vessel right there along the canal. So we see that this is all part of the game plan right now for our country to hopefully get the Panama Canal back. President Trump said that's what he wants to do in his inauguration, in the inaugural address on January 20th. and has spoken about it a few times before, of course, on Truth Social and in various campaign stops. So I just want to double check the time there in Panama. Let's go with Panama City, Panama. It is exactly Eastern time, 5:27 in Panama City, Panama, as it is on the East Coast out there. Again, here live as we get ready for coverage starting tomorrow as well. Outside of this coverage, we're hearing that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be headed to Ohio tomorrow. So looks like we'll have coverage for that. I'll share more details as we get the green light to do so. But we are looking forward to seeing the Secretary of State there. So why don't we go there live right now and just take a live look in Panama, and I'll be right back.
se refieren Yeah. No, that's not. And I think he wants to. are you talking about?
Battery life.
Oh, I didn't ask.
Oh.
Mr. Secretary, what do you think of the canal dome, sir? Mr. Secretary, what do you think of the canal?
My question, please. Is China's presence in the canal a threat to U.S. national security?
All right, so you see right there, Secretary of State Marco Rubio wrapping up his live tour there as the end of the feed, I guess, is looking like that, so we can go away from that. Let's just bring in Carla Sands real quick to wrap up our coverage, as she joined us a number of times, of course, throughout this broadcast. And for those of you that are new viewers, I just wanted to get some insight from Carla when it comes to the fact that, Carla, you, of course, were at the Panama Canal before. So what's your overall take on today's coverage and the fact that the Secretary of State went to Panama?
Secretary of State. So clearly it is a big priority of the president's and now of the secretaries as well. The idea that China is going to control our essential, canal in Panama that we built, that we lost tens of thousands of lives, and we invested, I think it was the most expensive project the U.S. government ever endeavored. It's essential for our trade, but also most importantly for our military. or our ability to defend our nation and defend our allies. So has to be under our control or an ally control. And our greatest adversary is China, as we all know, everyone that's watching. But it's amazing to see how much China has infiltrated into Panama and the region, the entire region.
Exactly. And then some of the ingredients of the whole fentanyl situation pouring in through our borders. That's why there are tariffs against Canada and Mexico and China. At the end of the day, President Trump wanting to make America safe again, and that's one way of doing it. So we'll see how this all goes. Hopefully the Panama Canal will be back in the hands of the United States. Carla, your final words of the broadcast as we enter into, I believe it's the third week of the presidency. I feel like it's been historic speed times a million going on.
I can't even keep up with all the good that President Trump and his great team are doing. I'm excited to see what unfolds this third week, starting probably tonight or tomorrow morning. But I feel safer, and I think probably you, the viewer, feels safer. And we know that our economy is going to grow. Now, there may be some pain, just like Milei down in Argentina said to his people when he was doing reforms of bad government from before him. He said there may be some pain, there may be some hiccups, but it's going to be great as time goes on. Well, there may be some hiccups as President Trump moves at rapid speed to right the ship of America. So I'm excited to see what comes next, and we're all in it together. So it's going to be great.
It is. Ambassador Sands, again, thank you for your partaking of all the commentary today and analysis. Thank you again. We'll see you again here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thanks, Matthew.
Definitely. All right, so that wraps up our coverage. It's 5:45 Eastern Time. Thanks for sticking with us live. As you see the beautiful 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, obviously President Trump in Air Force One as we speak, headed right back up there as we work and as we see him make America great again. All of this brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Colonial Metals Group. So you're about to see a QR code on the bottom right of your screen. All you have to do is go to that, or you can type in freegoldguide.com. For more information, you get a free gold kit. It's right here, a free info kit. If it was a free gold kit, man, I'd be taking it real quick too. But a free gold and silver info kit at freegoldguide.com/RSBN, all about tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks backed in gold. So great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and great patriots too. Speaking of great patriots, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. You see that number on your screen there. If you'd like to settle some back taxes or all of them, it's a great step in the right direction by calling 800-357-1415. Let's move on to Republican Red. I've got a couple of the products right here. This is the 45 to 47. You see it on your screen, and I have one right here in the studio. It's the Golden Age of America. This is a sparkling wine. Also have the 45-47. This is the Pinot Noir. So you can get this. All you have to do is use that discount code RSBN for a percentage off, and go to republicanred.com. MyPillow.com. We know that Valentine's Day is on the way, so some great products there. From mypillow.com. Of course, if you use the RSBN promo code, always a great code to use because you get a pretty large percentage off as well. So you see the mega sale, and you see the great Mike Lindell there. You could actually, that cross that he wears a lot, you could also get one of those and go to his website get one by going to his website at mypillow.com/RSBN. Speaking of Right Side Broadcasting Network, if you'd like to donate to the network, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. Even if it's $1, $5, it all helps for our coverage as we get ready to expand and see all the America First stories that are happening out there in the country. You just saw J.D. Vance on your screen there. There he is again. He'll be in Ohio tomorrow, in East Palestine, Ohio. You'll see that coverage right here on Right Side. We'll also wait to see the president's public schedule. As you know, there have been various times that we get live feeds into the White House there at the Oval Office and anything else going on. Also, on Tuesday, March 4th, I know that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be in Washington to meet with President Trump for a working meeting. We'll have that coverage as well. So a lot of coverage coming up. Thanks for counting on us. We're counting on you too. We're on the same team. Other than that, the RSBN newsletter, as you see there on the screen, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for more information, live events, that kind of thing, and some for America First updates, exclusive offers, and the like. All right, so for all of us at Right Side Broadcasting Network, thanks so much for watching today. We'll see you live streaming here tomorrow as we start the third week of President Trump's presidency. We'll see you then.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.